Alright. Welcome, everyone. Nice little Monday we're having, 10 minutes past 7 p.m. It's not Ace today, it's me. Ace had a last minute hiccup, so he asked me like 40 minutes ago if I can host, so it's me today. Even though I was planning on chilling, but you know, Ace needed help, so I'm here for that. And I'm doing stuff last second, apologies for that, because like I said, I last minute accepted this. So I have to kinda speedrun a lot of the things. And I'm still seeding, because a lot of people joined last second again. So I need to quickly seed everything and put it all together. So apologies for that. Just need to check where some people ended up. There we go. But I hope y'all had a nice start of the week. The first day I just went to uni and I chilled. So kinda not much for me. Like this, that looks good. It is the very new goaded strife. This person could go here. This person also somewhere in here. Alright, I think I'm almost done. I'm gonna show it to you guys, just in case I missed someone like big. Oh, I forgot to change this. Boom. Let me swap to the in-game audio. There we go. Enough of Spotify. Time for our good old music. Alright, here's the seating for today. A lot of people joined, and I think everyone's checked in. No, Vince is not checked in, and that's it, yeah. So, a lot of people today, and a lot of people we didn't see in brackets in quite a long time. A lot of older names, one could say, popping up, so that's hype to see. But seeding, you know, similar to last week, right? That's how the top 8 ended up. So I'm going kind of off of that and the elo page. But some people we didn't see in brackets in quite a long time, so you know, gonna be exciting. Setchi and Zato-1. I don't think they were in Salty for quite a while actually. ACNO returning after years. Pinhead, I'm hyped to see Pinhead again. Who else didn't enter in like a long time? I think that's kinda it for Phoebe also. Didn't see in a bracket in quite a while. So a lot of people that we didn't see in like genuinely years and months. So you didn't see Facebreaker? Where should be Facebreaker? Let me consult the elo page. That's the best thing. 98. That's pretty high. So that should be like here-ish, I think. Like that. I think that's roughly where off of the elo page it's sitting. There we go. And what, we're at 14. I'm gonna start prepping the stations and the stream matches. Oh yeah, it's already ready. So esports. I think Ace did that. I don't think I did that. I think it was Ace doing it. So there we go. So boom. We're waiting for 15 and then we're gonna kick it off. Anyone sign up last second? How many people are today? 85 with 2 people are checked in? No. Yeah, 2 people are checked in. 1, 2. yeah, 2 people are checked in. So, we're gonna be at 83 people today. That's a big number of people. I forgot how many was last week. I think it was last week it was below 80, no? So technically more this week, and it's 15. So let's start it off. I'm gonna mark some stream matches before you guys. 3 people are checked in. Okay. So process check-in results, and we're gonna start a bracket. And now some stream matches. So what is here? So I see kyuukei. I want to see kyuukei. That's my goat. And then for this side, actually no, I'm gonna do it like this. That's a lot of people I had on stream last week, so we're gonna go to round 2. And for round 2, we're gonna do. Let's do this match. And then from the other side, this match. There we go. And then rest is gonna be just 1 per round. I'm gonna mark that off stream. Not gonna bother you guys, because now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump scare my co-commentators. How ready were you today? That's the important question. How ready were you?
Ready as fuck. Can I say fucking
Yeah,
Twitch?
you can. Yeah. With
I
a
mean,
limited
come
amount,
on.
can't be firing it off. But yeah, I'm not gonna police. You can't say the F word in here. That's a. That'd be kind of crazy, Loki. We should start doing that.
Moderate
Like,
amount.
no, Rach, we need a swear jar in
True.
Matcherino.
That's the
for
Matcherino,
the
but I don't know if you have
No.
codes actually, because Ace told me before he left off and gave this to me that apparently there were some issues with Matcherino that we didn't have the codes. I wanna double check that.
Let's see. Do we have like?
Do we have the codes? We have them now. There we go. So codes are up. So
Oh yeah, cool.
Nice.
Oh, there are some new sponsor quests as well for like
Yeah, there
Paragon
you
and
go.
GC. So yeah.
So there we
Also,
go.
Again,
Net saying
crazy
that.
week.
Yeah. Net was saying that the daily Nago jump scare. What do you mean jump scare? It's obvious that someone is gonna use it. Like it's too good.
Yeah. Okay, I should be ready. I'm just gonna start prepping the stream matches and let you guys have it.
Sure.
I'm going into the shadows. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Good luck, Rash. Again, so many people again. The 2.0
Yeah.
2.0 is goated. The best patch
It's
ever.
literally. I so need to watch ACNO because I actually I'm a season 3 spawn, so I've never seen ACNO play. I just like people like, oh, this was the best Giovanna in EMEA and everything, yada yada. I need to watch ACNO. Actually, do we have? Did Rash was Rash nice enough to put ACNO on stream? Or
Probably.
I mean, there
not,
were
right?
too many people to choose from, so it's fine.
Well, at least
Now we have the captain.
for the first match, we get like kyuukei versus Froyo, and
Which is also crazy.
Oh, we're gonna have Gekko on stream as well. So yeah, first game
Yeah.
for Gekko gonna be on stream versus Aero ggst. Also, the Aero ggst. Also, the name is one of those that kind of disappeared in between season 3 and 4. So, yeah,
No,
a lot
season
of
is
names coming back.
Aero was Aero was how you say, was active during season 4, I would say. Like I remember her at Koto, I remember her in some stuff later, so yeah. Aero has been mostly active. But anyways, yeah, like we have, for example, it's weird that we have so many French people. I say, like, normally French people like do their brackets and such, and there are actually a lot of French people, really big names in the bracket. We have Tiger, obviously. We have Soap. We have R.E.V.O, we have Pinhead, we have Blazobs. Like we have every name is like, wow. It's gonna be probably like
Girl, we're gonna be
week?
here all day naming all the people. Like come on.
Yeah. yeah. It's stupid. It's so many people. But it's gonna be like last week where like you saw the top 8. It's like, wow, there is a stacked tournament, and you like, and you should look at the rest. You should look at the top 16.
Have you
and the
looked
people
at
that...
like even like top 32? It's already like very looking very stacked.
Mm-hmm. And even some really good players, like big players, had bad tournaments and went 1-2 or stuff like that. So, like, it's so crazy. It was so crazy. Good times to be a fan of Strife. Definitely.
Oh, definitely. And yeah, So how's your 2.0 been? Oh, wait, what am? No.
Oh no.
Interrupting.
We're
We are
jumping
starting
in,
the
we're
match
jumping in.
immediately. We're gonna
Next
have some
match.
time later. Yeah. But
Yeah.
we're gonna have we're gonna have Sin versus Millia. I've seen a lot of Sin bros not dooming, but like kind of disappointed. I don't know why. Like, character seems alright.
I've kind of seen both sides, but more of the happy side. Like for example, Patashu and Sonic Stars, I know they're happy. Resil is also happy. But I think like the character definitely changed. But I think they changed mostly in a cool way. So we'll have to see. Emilia also kind of the same, right? She seems strong, but she seems like obviously not as strong as season 4 because no one should be. But we'll see.
I mean, do you remember the nightmare from Wild Assault era, from just the beginning of season 3 when Millia was just having knocked down every wall break? It was scary.
Season 3, like, that was a nice conversion by the way with the JD wall bounce, really good by kyuukei there. I was thinking that season in the middle of that is some XR tech right there. You know where kyuukei comes from. Does this kill? Oh, I was thinking maybe that could have killed with the other super, with the 100 meter.
But let's see the next screen, into the 5D, into the RC, got the first blood. And just eating non-stop because everybody's happy for the new move. But not the new move, but like it finally is useful. Practically it's a new move for Sin.
Yeah, it's a rework of a move. Like it's like when Viking got the GCP or when Faust got the golf club. Like supposedly not a new move, but basically the functionality of the move is so good. Like for those who don't know, Sin used to have like the eat, but the eat didn't really give. That was gonna get patched, by the way. Sin didn't really get nothing about it. Like didn't get nothing substantial. Now he gets a lot of stamina back. So it's cool.
There were some buffs like at first. The shittiest thing about that move used to be that it's a random buff. So like even though there is some buffs, but you cannot control it. Oh, but not quite.
Didn't get
still enough damage.
Yep.
Alright, let's see the Oki. Good backdash on Froyo. Just Millia being no defense. Oh no, the huge counter, but no, decided not to spend the RC. But Spencer's here, waiting for the burst. Maybe, yeah. Alright at the end.
And this is gonna hit. No, the conversion doesn't happen. It's into H. BRC is going to be really scary. No hand. It's plus there, but not the second one. The second one was already outside of the slow motion. So Froyo got the easy 2P to get the punish. Oh, those conversions.
I just realized the strong choice. It's a town inside me. Oh no.
Yeah. It's nice. I don't hate it.
It's alright. It's alright.
Yeah.
Okay,
nice burst. That's one to deal with the mix.
Froyo? Oh no. Ooh. How did that connect? Did Froyo press 2K or something? Like, it connected on like half the screen.
2A's counter hit, went into L hand into follow up into super, yeah. Really important conversion to have there. Ooh, and the double JK in the air. kyuukei showing it's not a good idea to jump. If this girl is on the ground, like she's going to catch you. Which is is what Millia wants to do. So
Millia, I mean, have you seen the meme? The first day, everybody panicked about the claw slash not connecting at all, or not being the cool anti-air it used to be. Like, especially for Millia players were like, oh no, not what do I do? What button do I press to anti-air?
Yeah, like it's gonna be definitely nice catch with the JK into JD again. This time it wasn't a wall bounce, but still the burst was used. Same for kyuukei now. Both players without burst. Ooh, the Capel as strong as ever. Ooh, tries to DP. But gets caught there. Froyo now.
Not
yes.
But, okay. We had a reset, right? And
no, that is
was the wallbang? Oh wait, was it?
That is
a reset.
There is a combo. There is a combo.
Yeah, I see the counter. Man, Strife just fried my brain. My brain just ignoring the huge ass number 18 on the screen.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Millia actually got has a small bug, it seems, since Axis said that they want to change it. Nice conversion here by kyuukei. that Bad Moon in the air can give like extended combo, like what is what Froyo is doing. So that will be changed in the next patch, but or in the hotfix. But well, oh well. In the meantime, Froyo is free to use it. So
Kyo is eating, recovering the stamina.
mm-hmm.
To K to D, but there is a burst to save Kyo. Oh, just man, air to air war, and Kyo again wins it.
Yeah, she's really ready to check those airs. Not allowed. Airspace is totally shut down. Tin and kyuukei won't allow it. This is gonna be a conversion. Has to burst it. Was gonna be a lot of damage. Again, no allowed to jump. I will jump JK. Ooh, is hit by the left right though. Another one.
This time still in the corner. All right, not quite enough to carry all the way. Yeah, just back to the mid screen. And oh, good maneuver from Froyo. Is it gonna be a wall break? Yeah, that's enough. But
no super.
There's still 100 meters, so it's kind of alright, especially with the new changes when you get the meter punishment.
DP. And Capel checks there. Yeah. Always will always get Capel, no matter what. The deep pressure. Manages to get around. DP sends back to neutral.
I think we have like 3 Zato players, Shinki, Setchi, and Zato-1. Maybe Zato-1 gonna play like Asuka, but who knows?
I'm seeing Zato-1 mostly on Asuka, but I mean that's on ranked. Maybe on bracket is another story. So yeah. Oh, this time couldn't land the anti-air with the 6P. It's gonna be for your time. Trying to go the combo. Oh, doesn't get the full conversion there. 6P is now with the hook stomp. Para super through the wall. Millia too squishy. Got a good chunk of damage being done. And to wake up reversal.
Got clipped the close slash, and also there were like the pressure was kind of fake after that for kyuukei because like there were no stamina. So yeah, but the reversal super alright, connected for Froyo.
Yeah.
So we have 1-1 on the screen.
Yeah. It seems really back and forth. It's like kyuukei has a good control of the neutral, but the moment that control goes away, Froyo is using really well their tools to make it so it's impossible for kyuukei to come back. So let's see if this changes at all. But really liking how kyuukei is contesting the air, and really liking how Froyo is extending the turns all the time.
Oh, okay. Again, we are back to not anything. There was no soul collection until now, and even DP got like kind of side switched. All right, first connection from Froyo, and he will go into the corner, into the disc again, still in the corner, but there is burst for kyuukei.
Oh, tries to L-Hunt to go below, but the JH catches in the middle. DP again, to neutral we go. This is not last patch. This will be a conversion. Don't know how much we're going to get. Not that much, but then we get the CS counter hit. We don't know what's kyuukei pressing, and slash.
Wait, Ratch, wait, was there a joke for the number of participants? Like, maybe I'm too old for this. Like, I'm not hip with the numbers, with the memes.
What is the number? 82? I'm too old, maybe to myself too. I don't see the.
Yeah, no idea. Okay, good use of deflection from Sin.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, checks with 2P there. This again.
I see.
Ooh. And Sin so this is what we were seeing all the time. Froyo being really good on offense, right?
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, Froyo? What? Now positive ones. Oh no, not getting offense. Hard time down. This is the hurt. This is like 100 meter RTL. No, decided not to spend the full meter.
Yeah, this is to keep it since it was not going to kill. Next hit can kill. So, oh, but never mind. PRC has to be used. So he's doing kill, but super finds after the counter. And Froyo gets the second game on the board.
Kind of a desperate burst there from kyuukei, but I don't know. Maybe they were like deciding to like they need to win there at that point. But yeah, who knows?
I mean, she was kind of forced to. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that Froyo seems to be much more confident in neutral, and it's really showing. kyuukei not finding those JKs in the air. Oh, but those 2Ps that were also giving a lot of value to Froyo, maybe kyuukei starts punishing them.
Oh, first immediately. Alright, we are feasting. Sin is finally eating properly. Almost
Oh, that
60,
combo.
Gonna get low profiled.
Yep.
I was going to say good jump out from Froyo, but no, not worked out in the end there.
No. Millia is
this is
still
good
really
for
forced to jump. Yeah, it's gonna be wrong for kyuukei. Millia is really forced to jump, so every opponent has to be really aware that she's always going to be jumping and pussy jumping and all of this corner stuff. Because of the extra mobility that she has with both Capel, the faster dashes and the double dash, she's really, really good tools to be there. But kyuukei right now looking really, really strong. Second round, already on last legs Froyo. What can they do about this? Oh, find the JH, for example. He's gonna be into full combo. Batman doesn't connect though. Ooh, the JS connects again. Another counter hit, another big hit. Goes for the left right, he's gonna be same side.
Okay, the next screen, it's kind of scary now for Froyo because like kyuukei has health advantage and there is gonna be a burst there. Oh,
Ooh.
grab into the... No?
Oh,
Into the TK, alright, yeah.
kyuukei jumped
Way
in
too many
case.
decisions.
Yeah, kyuukei jumped in case Froyo decided to jump, so really good by kyuukei to not throw anything like an air throw or something like that. Just jumped and reacted because she's that cracked to be able to do so. And then on the ground, she just extended pressure and got the win. 2-2.
From the get-go, we already have like 5 mapper. Yeah, so it's gonna be a very hot bracket tonight. So
Yeah.
kyuukei, what's gonna be? We are fighting for the airspace. Oh, the S disc gonna connect, but no. Oh, the left right. I never guessed this one correctly. I don't even know how to block this
I
one.
suppose.
Again,
What
from the
happened there
full
with that
screen.
counter hit? We have to nerf that to S. It's counter hits for full screen. What's going on?
This
Oh,
is
that's gonna be a good
that's fucked up
confession.
move.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, really good catch there. The JD wall bounce happens. This can go through the wall. No. Can find
Just
it.
have not to invest resources. Alright, into the RC. This will not kill, but this is gonna be painful.
Yeah. Definitely. With the clean hit included. Painful indeed. Reading all over the place. kyuukei needs one more hit to close this round. Oh, the jump though gets Froyo out of there. Now they are on the driver's seat of this round,
Oh.
but ooh, finds it to S. This could be big.
Against
It's gonna go to be
Millia.
kill.
Against Millia, it's so scared because like she doesn't have a lot of health, so it doesn't really matter how much. As long as she's alive, she can kill you. Like she can like,
Yeah.
resets you and
Oh,
makes you guess until you die. There is a burst.
Yeah,
Is it gonna be
oh.
spent? No. Is it chip damage? Yeah, it's
the chip damage.
Alright.
Yes. That new change telling us that the chip damage has happened, and that's
Finally,
why the kill
update.
happened. Yeah.
Update for commentary.
Yeah, a little bit of quality of life. Nice catch again with JK. Has to burst. Doesn't want none of the kyuukei's pressure. But she wants more. Oh, the 2P gets caught again by the L-hand follow-up. No stamina allowed for kyuukei. Has to see how she makes this pressure work. Gonna be really, really hard.
Oh.
Millia. Oh.
Alright.
But you're getting on
Left,
night
right?
left
Is it
right
gonna
now. Ooh, DP goes in.
Guess correctly.
Yep. Full stamina back, but can she make anything about this? Can she find the spot?
Full stamina, but no
Ooh.
meter. But Froyo has meter, so it's probably gonna be. Oh no.
Yes.
Another reset,
Ooh.
but oh no, unfortunate grab. But no punish from kyuukei.
Another DP. kyuukei getting really lucky with those, or really good reads, depending on how you see it.
How many sets? It's the first one, so it's the first game, so you didn't skip anything.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, JD. Wall bounce
is it
again.
gonna kill? Wait, is it gonna kill? Actually?
It
Oh, no.
does.
Oh,
Really,
Millia
really good
help.
conversion by kyuukei. Really, really good conversion. Again, those air hits paying off really greatly. JK into JD being the best friend kyuukei has had this set, and congratulations. And really well played by Froyo too, by the way. Really good performance.
Until the end, I didn't trust in that conversion. Like, I was sure it's not gonna kill.
I was seeing like Millia is another, like I'm a Chipp player. I know what it feels to have no health. Actually, in those instances, like Millia overall has more HP than Chipp, but Chipp is more polarized because he's high guts. Millia is has no guts at all. So on those situations where Millia is low HP, let's say in the last 30%, Millia is gonna have less HP than Chipp. So yeah, I was like, yeah, that's going to kill no matter what. Also, kyuukei had a lot of stamina available. No super though, but still, it was okay. And I think we are keeping the scene gauntlet over here.
Oh, one more Sin player on the stream.
Yeah, Aero
Oh,
should be, if I'm not mistaken.
Should be right. And do you know which character Gekko uses right now in 2.0? Because I've seen him play Jam. But
Ooh.
I don't know if it's like tournament ready.
He entered the room with Jam, so seems to be
and
yeah,
locked
it's
in
gonna be
Jam.
Jam.
Yeah, all
I
right.
didn't know actually. I
Okay.
thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be a Giovanna, but you have better info than me.
But yeah, probably trying out the new character in the tournament environment. Let's see what's gonna happen. And let's see if Gekko gonna switch. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
I think I don't know how Sin plays against Jam, but Jam seems like a really strong character. So we'll see rocking the color 10, of course. The fan favorite. Oh, finds the big driver to begin with. Now Aero into the throw. And now it's the feast. Ooh, has to burst out of there.
One problem for Jam in this matchup may be good counter. Again, charging the second card. One of the problems can be her buttons are a little bit stubby, so like Sin outranges her at some point, but like almost most of the cast outranges Jam in poking.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how Gekko gonna play around it.
I feel like Jam has really good uses to decide to not play neutral, basically, with and can choose to be like, oh, I'm going to just big Hashifu. I'm going to dive kick. I'm going to do all of this stuff. It's a really nice way to decide to not play neutral or to play neutral on her terms, at least. It's a better way to put it.
And from what I've seen, like from some high-level players, Jam sometimes gets cooked on her own pressure by IBFD. It's like if you can reliably IBFD at some points, she will just whiff and you can really punish her. But it's it's easy to say just IBFD. Come on, it's easy to punish.
Yeah.
But like, do IBFD in the first place.
Yeah.
Again, trying to slide, but not gonna connect. But the driver gonna work out. There are full cards on deck for Gekko. Let's see how they're gonna use it.
Oh, nothing.
They're
OTG
gonna die.
kills. Yep. And Aero gets the first game. Quite solid, I have to say. We do expect Aero to, like, in the end, she's a higher seed. And it's for something like Aero has been proving to be a really strong player. And Gekko is just starting with Jam. So it should take a bit more to get rolling. But who knows? Maybe
Probably no
see
swaps
some
for
nice stuff.
tonight, right? Maybe they decided like to fully lock in Jam for tonight.
I think it's a good idea when you're learning a character to be like, oh, this bracket I'm going to play with only this character. If you really like the character and you want to play like that you should go full in.
Also, there is like a second factor probably. There's probably a video in the cooking like getting top 8 on Jam like, from Gekko.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. How did I make top 8 with a new character of Gear Xrd? Oh, nice burst bait with the 6k. Not gonna be HKD, but it's gonna be a still wall break and positive for Aero. -4 gets RC'd into another air button, but Aero with a really good defense is now she's in offense. She can kill with one more super, and through the wall you go. Round 4.
Aero is so ready for the new characters with the cross-ups and all. Probably already lapped most of the stuff, so like, from what I've seen in the defense.
Or in the end, Jam is really popular, so maybe just pass around into many jams. So who knows? Overhead, not gonna convert into nothing.
Oh, good
Just
jump.
gonna be pressure, but yep. That's plus. Oh, try to backdash it, but the CS catches there. Really good conversion here from Gekko. Again, oh, the DP catches the card. I mean the slide that was empowered by the card. And now Gekko tries to pressure,
Nice
but the reversal is gonna be no, you're not allowed.
Man, I hate this reversal so much. It goes so far. Like,
Yeah, those
why
full
her
screen.
reversal is so cracked?
And the slide into throw.
There will be no
This
burst,
can
right?
kill. Oh, there shouldn't be, but Gekko was playing this low, but anyways, gets the 2K after the +4.
Like Aero,
Oh, tries to.
a little bit of risky round stuff from Aero. Alright,
Definitely.
spending all the stamina now, it's time for Gekko to attack. Oh, the ball is not gonna connect. Just Aero doing good movement. Alright. The cross up.
Oh, the DP gets killed by the cross-up. Aero now in pressure, has some stamina to work with. Oh, no, not anymore after that overhead. Tries to follow up and it's something also not in it. Ooh, the parry, the frame 5 parry goes in. Gekko now on the advantage. Back to neutral we go, but the ball and the RC makes Gekko being now on track. Never mind, 2K to D found for Aero. And now we're fully sprinted away. It's such a back and forth. It's already 40 seconds in this round. Crazy for Stratus standards, if you think about it.
Oh no, this move is so minus, but there is burst for Gekko.
Yep. Because recently you
It's
said,
like this kick is like minus forever. You can
Yeah.
walk to her, you can walk to Gem and punish her.
and that is gonna be game 2 for Aero. Really, really solid. Gekko has been showing to be able to stand his ground. So expect everything. Maybe we see a 3-0, maybe we see a 2-3, like everything could happen. But so far, Aero looking slightly stronger. Again,
So
First
far,
phase of
what
the
we've
character.
seen, Aero is so ready for the new character, so ready for the game.
yeah,
It's-
definitely.
So like the standard stuff like going into the slide from and then going to the cross up doesn't really work. It's like only connected like twice maybe for the whole set. So yeah, Gekko
Just-
probably needs to come up with something new. The one thing that really worked out for Gekko is the parry
Yeah,
and jump out like this. But there is a burst just to keep the corner. Now Aero. There is still some. Yeah, there are still resources for like, charging the card. Now this one is gonna be a wall break without the super, but still, you're gonna get the stamina back. Yeah, you're gonna get the meter.
munchies. And now Aero on the power, on the offensive. He's gonna be close to killing here actually with this combo. Never mind, not close. He was gonna be killing actually. And his set point for Aero here. Ooh, let's Gekko run in and Gekko gets his turn and then some. Gets the throw, goes for the overhead that is plus. I don't care about your plus, I have a DP. Thank you very much. Aero now on the offensive. Makes it safe, makes the overhead safe, but that will cost a lot of stamina and now it's Gekko. On the
Trying to
run.
use it, but again, DP gonna connect and Gekko spends the burst as well just to hit the corner. Now, is it gonna lead to anything? Aero for now just jumping out to the corner and overhead gonna connect. This is the wall break situation. Oh no stamina, right? Oh, even without the stamina,
Oh,
it's just
yeah.
enough.
5k 6h is really good to convert in those situations. Oh, the dash, the command dash into throw, really, really strong. There's gonna be really blast. Still, Gekko decides to. Ooh, that's where I see it. But now, Aero putting Gekko on the corner.
Oh, I was.
And this is gonna be
This could
it,
be it.
actually.
This is it, yeah. I was just going to say
3-0.
Gekko needs just a little to survive because there was like the last 50 meter and no stamina for Aero, but overhead connected and that was it. So yeah. The video for Gekko got a lot more tough from the get-go. Now they're gonna crawl from the lower half of the bracket. Well, theoretically it's still not over, but like the bracket is stuck for tonight, so yeah, it's gonna be a tough job.
We'll have
And
to see.
Aero
Like,
moving further.
maybe Gekko gets the crazy run through losers. We'll have to see. But it's not weird. Like for those watching, like it's not weird that you sadly like losing first round or something like that. This like in the bracket, everyone wants to win and everyone is really really ready. And everyone, even the best ones, have done O2s. So don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. And where are we heading now?
Meanwhile,
Oh, well.
as Rach said, Match Arena is working. So yeah, there are some codes left to be claimed.
Oh,
Let's check how many codes. Yeah. So yeah, we have we still have 37 codes. So you can type !Match Arena. Bot is gonna give you the function and link and just log in with billion variations of login like Twitter, Discord, whatever, and claim the code.
I already claimed my code. Did you, chatter? You disgusting chatter? You nice chatter. Did you claim your code?
Yeah, at first just don't call the chatter disgusting. Come on.
Sometimes,
at least let them claim the code first, and then we can just.
Okay, fair.
Continue the relationship.
Okay, no, let's do this. They're disgusting until they claim the code. Then they're nice.
All right.
Fair. Now we have Johnny versus May. Yep. Ogre 2.0, also known as TheCaptain, versus MayDay. Oh, first fake Fukyo. I call it Fukyo, but it's not Fukyo. My bad. Misfinder cancel. Overhead from the CS, and we're gonna go through the wall. Really good damage. Captain looking really strong in this first game. Ooh, the unfathomable H Dolphin into the 3K. Oh, looking now MayDay has been finding some really good hits. Never mind.
There is a lot of meter for Johnny. So
yep.
What's gonna be? Oh, it's just gonna be the side swap, and again, what is this Millia May gameplay?
Ooh. May wants to be a bit of Millia. Like she doesn't have the longest hair, but I mean it's close. Never mind. I don't want none of that. Kid, I've had enough of you. Go back to the ship.
Her guts are gonna say, yeah, she's Japanese.
Ooh,
but nah, the grab from the captain gonna work out.
I'm too Japanese to die from that. What? Yeah, you will get it if you show the lore. So yeah, Suez goes in. Ooh, Misfinder kills the projectile and goes through. Ball deal, catches MayDay on the legs. Another Misfinder cancel. 5K doesn't connect. So it's gonna be another card, another pop. Ooh. Oh, the JS connects there, and now Captain is fully on the offensive. And this is not going to kill, but it's going to be still a lot of damage. Again, sending May through the wall. MayDay needs a bit of magic with those H Dolphins, with those 3Ks. Oh, with those throws! That's some magic.
Starts with a grab. All right. Oh, but the charge of 5H was way too long, and yeah, the captain just decided to far slash, and that's it. You know what I want to see from May? Like, have you seen the new pile dolphin loops from May that she stole from Slayer?
The dolphin backshots are crazy. I don't know why they are a thing, but supposedly, like, this is the thing that supposedly people say that they are really easy to find the spot, like the starter and everything. But so far, I haven't seen them in game, so I'm not sure.
I've seen it once done on me, so like, I want to see it again.
I'm sorry for that. You want to see again, but with someone else as the victim.
Yeah, I want to be a spectator, not like the victim.
Makes sense. Oh, tries to burst bait there. The 5H catches the 6K. FS, the all beloved, one of the best buttons in the game, no matter what. And this is gonna be throw into card setup. CS overhead. I didn't block it. I don't think no one blocked it. Don't like to be chat. Ooh. Again, MayDay. Yeah, MayDay playing a lot around trying to burst bait, and this is costing them a lot. Losing a lot of HP for that. Captain is still sitting on his burst and on his cards.
The reversal. No. The YRC just to keep it safe. But the dolphin don't get cut in half. Johnny. Just killing me.
Johnny. This is some fucked up implications in the lore, man.
This is what we see right now on the screen is just the usual domestic violence.
Yeah. Domestic violence in the main fish pirate. In the jellyfish pirate, sorry. Gets the Misfinder down. Another one. This one didn't need RC because it's hit. This one didn't need nothing because there was a card to make it safe. Actually plus. Another FS connects. Oh, nice conversion here from the captain with the FRC. Jumps in with the JS. Captain being relentless on offense now. Not letting MayDay a second to think. May is going to burst, but For what?
Maybe
Nothing.
just trying to get out. Maybe like trying to fly out with the vertical dolphin, but like not fast enough. Johnny just
Yep.
clips, and yeah, that's what leads to her death.
He too swift, he too cowboy, he too pirate, and he too samurai to be able to do nothing against him. So yeah. Are
So
we
MayDay
seeing a
need-
really fast trio? We'll see.
Maybe, but unless MayDay is just gonna come up with something new, because
Ooh.
this approach is not gonna work. At least when MayDay is on defense, it's like very tough to get out. And yeah, the card MayDay just screaming help, get me out, and oh, gets out of the corner.
The fight they listened to the cry of help. Oh, and the CS now is really big. Oh, but doesn't get nothing of the conversion sadly. And Senga out of nowhere. The 6K gets blocked.
There's full meter again, but the YRC. Oh no, this is not gonna be good for MayDay. What is this conversion? Just to get the wall, maybe. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck as well, because I don't know if it was worth it, but very the TheCaptain is a good choice.
Yeah, it seemed like, but anyways, Captain. Oh, never mind. Gets back thrown incident. Can they? No, MayDay doesn't find nothing. Only finds a 2B from Captain. Round for Johnny, and we go to set point for the Captain. 2S clash. The air hit from May is good. Doesn't get the full conversion though, but it's still pressure from MayDay. H Dolphin doesn't do nothing. Good choice by Captain to just hold. Now gets out of there, but falls into another combo. 5K doesn't get into 6H though.
MayDay, come on MayDay, you're on the offense. There is no burst for Johnny. It's your chance to get this round. And maybe to get the game. Just be careful with the misfinance. Vertical Dolphin. Oh, there is a trade. We are alive. May Nation, just keep calm.
Oh, 6K catches there though.
What?
The 6K makes the best anti-air. And through the wall MayDay goes. One more conversion might be it without the burst, of course. Oh, never mind. If you're not gonna burst, I'm gonna send you through the wall again. 100 burst, 100 meters spent really, really fast. No burst available now for MayDay because they used their burst for that deflect shield. And this is gonna be it.
MayDay was so close to it. But yeah. The Captain is way too ready for main matchup. So like there was no chance on the when Johnny was in the offense, MayDay just couldn't get out of the corner, just screaming help. And yeah, no chances for counterattack.
Captain is a player that when he gets on the offensive, it's like, oh, who do I even get out of here? And Captain is like, yeah, please try to get out of here. I will kill you for that. Really, really strong player in that sense. Definitely gonna see him like deep in the bracket. We don't know how much deep because again, really stacked bracket. Really deep might be one more game. Really deep might be maybe in top 8. We'll have to see.
Who do we have? Oh, is Salkazko's bench is the next one? Should be right. At least that's what I see. How's the rest of the bracket doing, by the way? Oh, we're gonna have Shinki versus Setchi. Oh no, not the Zato mirror.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see the Zato mirror, but it's not marked for stream. Yeah, unfortunately.
We have so many good games. Like Peter is gonna fight either Resil or Pinhead. Blazobs is gonna play the Tiger Pop or Aero, which is gonna be really cool. Amanita versus Scarfed, Neøs versus either Tsuku, or actually the winner of this set that we're going to see. And like it's crazy because all of these that are like what, top 18? Like sorry, top 32? These top 32 matches.
We are just getting into top 32, and the list goes crazy.
Yeah, all these players are like paid material in a good, like a good Salty would have any of these players in top 8, and all of them are in top 32. It's crazy. Getting like the Salty top 8 got really, really expensive suddenly. But you know what isn't expensive? Claiming Macherino codes because that's free. Remember, chat. I will love you if you claim some Macherinos.
Yeah, Villing hates you if you're not claiming your codes. And
and
Villing gonna check. She will open the list.
He's like, yep, I'm checking right now. I see Natumo, nice. Nicolas, nice. Teknut, nice. Yangtze, nice. But everyone else that is not on this list is going onto the naughty list. So you decide.
Alright.
Anyways, Suku versus
Oh.
Salkazko.
So bad guy.
Crazy players we're watching now. Oh, Sidewind doesn't get the clean hit though, maybe on purpose. Gets a really good Anki. Oh, the 5H doesn't get the FS air thrown back into the corner. Suku looking really strong as per usual. Doesn't get the. Oh, I think he tried to catch super. Yeah, catch super for the 100 meter. I think. Yeah.
Let's hope for Tsuka that it's not gonna end. Oh, good BFD. Alright. There is not a lot of HP left for Salkazko. But he still can turn it around. Maybe. Fujin. Alright. Suzy again. To Nakiha.
Oh!
Nice grab. Nice backdash.
Yeah. And Suku again. A rising star right now. He's amazing player. Really ready for everything. So it's gonna be really hard for Salkazko. But right now Salkazko. Oh, never mind. Suku finds the opening. Gets now the mid-screen pressure, and he's looking really strong. Salkazko has to burst. The Bandit Bringer to catch there, really good. Oh, doesn't get the conversion, the rare for Suku. And this is gonna be more pressure. This is gonna be a lot of damage too. It's not gonna kill by close. I hope it's not gonna kill because Anji is a tough boy. Yeah, chunky boy. It's gonna be one more hit, Napso.
One more hit. Have you seen the new funny combo from Anji with like 2H or something? Like
No.
I'm not sure if it's 2H, but like there was the buff to the move that moves Anji forward, and you can do like 3 2Hs in a row in the combo. Like I don't know if it's optimal, but it looks so funny.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but what I say, I have PTSD, so to me that isn't funny. That is horror, but
all right,
but it's fine.
Oh, you to go overhead. All right. Again.
See why double overhead? Like, of course I have PTSD. Anyways,
but Tsuka being on point with the IBFDs. Huge counter hit, but no connection further. There is a lot of meter for Salkazko.
Oh, white throws for the deflection. And there's a throws there. Another overhead. Oh, but the IBFD makes the IBFD happen.
IBFD just doesn't let Salkazko play as they want.
Oh. Doesn't get a full conversion here because he doesn't want to spend the meter. This time maybe this can mean kill. Oh, doesn't get the conversion and the back throw into the kill. And Salkazko gets around here.
Immediate punish on the combo drop. And Salkazko gets the full... Oh, again, the drop as well and the punish, but not as big as the previous one.
Yeah.
The butterfly, let's go.
Oh, nice push there. Good throw. Now, oh, it's gonna be a big hit. It's gonna be... Oh, it took a wall breaks and it's gonna be super. Salkazko saying, what do I do against this soul? This is one of the best souls I've ever played, and yes, that is Suku. What? That was crazy. That was crazy. Grabbing the start of the Rekka, that was crazy play by Suku there. I don't know if that's some kind of OS, but no.
No. Being a bit too early. But again, what is with Tsuku?
What?
How much coffee? How much coffee did Tsuku drink? There's
too much.
IBFD left and right.
Oh my god. Seems to be looking on a roll on defense, but now the Rekkas are coming in, one after the other. 100 meter for Salkazko, any hit could mean death. Oh!
And I think that decided not to invest meter. Right. But now we have 1-1 on the screen.
Salkazko saying, I don't care how strong you look, I'm gonna look at the score and put the 1-1. Indeed.
By the way, do you know what? Like I've seen what they did to Anji. Like there are some changes, but I don't know. Like I have, you know what I haven't seen, and I'm glad that it's not used very often. It's the fucking fish. It's like I hate fish from Anji. I just hate
Uh,
fish.
it's still good basically because it's a safe way to
Now
get
it's
that
kind of
minus
okay,
score.
but it's not broken like it used
No,
to be.
before. Yeah. Oh, the IBs, Suku, the classic soul IB monster. We have a couple of those over here. Suku wanting a spot on that conversation. Oh, gets the conversion now. So Salkazko with the overhead and power, I think. It's gonna be to the wall. Salkazko looking really strong on the health-wise. Oh, gets the 2S there. Tsuku hasn't said his last words. Salkazko to burst, but the 2S against catches full screen almost. It's gonna be a nice
It's
conversion.
gonna convert. All right, it's gonna convert with the super wall break. There is still 100 meter for Anji, and Anji is still alive.
And Anji has a parry, so... Oh, never
The
mind.
grab. Yeah, all right.
Very deep. So strong, Suku. Salkazko trying to find ways. Oh, but the overhead gets blocked now. And Suku gets turned. 2S again, seeming to be a really strong tool against Anji. Nice DP here to catch the fans. Gets the conversion from the FS counter here with another one. And now it's gonna be corner pressure from Soul. You
What a
won't get
catch.
out of here. Yep.
And
You
this
won't get
is-
out of here, and still you're gonna get through the wall and 2-1 for Suku. It's
Okay,
so
Tsuku,
nice seeing.
in that game, Tsuku just went crazy.
Yeah.
Practically blocked almost all of the overheads, and yeah, Tsuku just
Yeah,
went
yeah, yeah.
speedrun the game number 3.
A bit of download, which is crazy because Salkazko seems like has been proven lately to be the RPS master. Like it was impossible to play. It was impossible to DP him. It was impossible to understand what was going to be the play in the recast. So for Suku to be able to overcome that is crazy. Salkazko really strong player, but still is eventually to be not enough. Holy, we're seeing so many RPS, good decisions by Suku, so many good reactions. Can Salkazko do anything about it? I know the DP gets in.
Oh, what? I didn't expect, like, when I've seen that they add extra pillar for Gunflame, I didn't expect it to go that far, you know?
Yeah, one extra pillar
But
is a lot.
When I saw it in game, I was like, oh, holy, it went so far
Yep.
now.
And this is actually gonna be kill, I think. Yep, it's gonna be
With
super.
the super, yeah.
And boom, Tyrant Raid. Suku in
And
set
just like
point.
that. Yeah,
Yep.
just like that, set point. Oh, a bit more aggressive from Suka, but... Oh no, this pin. Okay, let's see. Salkazko.
Really good
At least
play
this
there,
round they're gonna
Salkazko now.
lead in the resources.
Mhm,
Yeah,
definitely.
let's see how Tsuku gonna get out to the corner. Alright, just SDP.
DP. Oh, the 6P there. You are in the air, let me 6P you. Get down. Oh, tries to go for a really extended high-low and gets thrown. Again gets thrown just as Suku touches the ground again. Oh,
Oh, this was so nasty from Salkazko.
yeah.
Just not
Couldn't
spending
actually
the
it,
meter intentionally to bait into the parry. This was so
Yeah.
nice, but Salkazko needs to stay alive just in this round.
What's gonna happen here? Oh, the whip throw happens. And Suku needs one more hit. No, never mind. It's gonna be 2. No. Salkazko finds the Fujin. And we're gonna keep playing.
It would have been so soul-crushing for Salkazko to lose that round, especially after the bait. It was so
Yeah.
nice.
Like, such a good RPS moment for Salkazko. Now with the overhead. Can he make something? Oh, blocks the Fujin. And now Suku on the pressure. Oh, the 6P goes to nowhere. Suku's gonna get full conversion here. And gonna go with the Fafnir through the wall you go. So, ooh, the 2S connects
This
here.
could be it. Is
be
it,
it,
is burst
but-
gonna be back in time? There is burst, but no,
Oh,
not gonna
burst
get
is
bait. But
available.
Tsuku?
Oh, a burst is out of the table for both players, but Salkazko has 100 meter, but never mind, 2S.
Alright,
Amazing.
so yeah, Tsuku. took convincing 3-1.
Mm-hmm. Again, Salkazko proved to be a really, really strong player, but Tsuku is like just getting better and better and better. We'll have to see what happens
The
this year with Tsuku.
defense on Tsuku goes crazy with the IBFDs.
Yeah. The IBFDs and the decisions on the when to press and when to not press and
Wait,
how to try
Are we
to
finally gonna
play
see?
with the
Like,
opponent.
I was, excuse me, Willing. Like last week, I was
Mhm.
waiting to see JT on stream, but finally we
Oh.
got him this week. All right,
Yep.
finally. I haven't seen JT for so long, especially the gameplay. Let's see
Yeah.
how it's gonna look in season 2. Oh, wait, what am in 2.0?
what is
not
he-
season 2.
Yeah. What is he playing even? Because I know he plays like a lot of characters, but I don't know what he actually plays.
I hope JT plays Nago. Like, that's my hope.
I would be surprised, but like, maybe. Who knows? And yeah, again, remember, Macherinos, don't be stinky. Don't be stinky, chat. Come on. See, Jonesy isn't stinky. Jonesy decided to take a nice shower and now claim the Macherino and everything is nice. But what is the rest of the... What are the rest of you doing? It's free. It's easy. Go.
All right, let's see the rest of the bracket. What's it? Peter fighting Pinhead. Man, the whole round 4-0 is like insane. You can just blind pick any match. It's gonna be banger. But like,
Yeah.
Peter versus Pinhead, Blazobs versus Tiger.
Yep.
Amanita already defeated Scarfed. Neøs versus Tsuku. They're gonna fight it out right now. The French on French violent.
Yeah.
Patacho. Wait, GT won against Patacho. All right.
Oh,
And
that's a
Setchi's-
big one.
Setchi won against Shinki. All right, and Zone versus Zato-1. Okay. All right.
Also, Dex said like ask if he could be a stinky and claim a code if you want to. Like honestly, I only care about the claiming the code part. I'm trying to. I don't know what is the best for the chat. Like if I have to call you stinky or if I have to call you clean. Like depends on the person. I won't go into it. Up to you. But the opposite of what you want is mostly the take. Also, but yeah, like actually if Patachu like maybe Jason Thomas is playing as Nago, mostly because I've seen players be really like, oh, the matchup is kind of hard right now.
Oh,
so...
Rich, through the through the stream, tried to show. Yeah, the Resil and Captain have insanely long match. I don't know what's happening there, and oh, no, probably nobody knows what's happening there because Ratch is like. Mate, are we gonna wait for the Resil versus Captain gonna resolve to play versus ACNO? Or are we gonna jump to GTE versus Setchi match?
Looks like we're waiting, right?
Alright.
Yeah, so we
While
don't have
we're
the
waiting.
yeah.
So how's the 2.0 for you? How's 2.0 been treating you?
Amazing. Like no, not only because my character looks strong, which he does. I don't think I don't think he looks like a. I think there are other people, like other characters that look amazing and stupid. But even outside of character discussion, the character is in such a healthy state. Every round against every character feels so much longer, so much nicer. I've seen it both playing and commentating and watching. So I don't know what to say. That would be bad about it. Like 2.0 feels like I said this some other places on my Twitter account that I feel like Strive 2.0 is finally what the Strive should be without the this is something I thought with Rash actually, and Rash brought it up.
There is such a vibe, like it's comparable to release Strive. Everybody's happy, everybody's just happy to play the game. Even though there are some like minor problems, everybody's just happy to play the game.
Yeah.
So it's like the vibe is like the game released again.
Yeah. Like it's so nice that it felt like the power level was going up and up, and it was getting closer to other Guilty Gears. And other Guilty Gears are amazing games, don't get me wrong. But other Guilty Gears play and feel really different what Strive feels. And trying to make both games feel the same it's bad for like the later, you know, because Strive can't be like a Xrd or like plus R. Strive has to be its own thing, and I think 2.0 is the time where Strive feels it's the most like its own thing, and it's really
Like
cool.
finally, everything is here. The tower is fucking crumbled. It's destroyed. There is normal ranked. It's like
Yeah.
and the system mechanics are finally in a good place. Characters, there are some questionable things, especially with the chaos, because like it's haven't been even 2 days and players discovered the new gun loop. Remember how like a release Happy Chaos, everybody was like, he's a cool character, but I don't know if he's good. And then somebody months after found the gun loop, and then the rest is history.
Yeah. Like it's like they rework Meta Knight and somehow he's more broken again. Like it's really crazy that the fact that I'm in a way I think it's sad, and I hope that after some tweaks, Happy Chaos manages to be in a healthy position in the meta. But I really want this character to feel good, because it feels like some players are saying that the character doesn't feel good to play, and also to feel like you know, like in balance with the rest of the cast.
Well, the concept of the character changed quite a lot with the like the new portal bullets and so on. It's like it's practically a different character. Like the rework is substantial on the Happy Chaos.
Definitely. The rework is crazy big. Like no air gun, no fast gun. Like there are a lot of changes. So yeah, but I we will have to see. I think there was some really good choices. Oh, we're going to see ACNO on the jam. That makes sense.
And Resil on good old Batman.
Good old Batman. Also has the DC available if that's needed. But and I don't know which one does better into jam. Like I don't think anyone knows. Probably some jam players already know, have a better idea of the matchup charts. But even then, that can happen to change pretty easily if they found any piece of tech. So, yeah. But anyways, it seems like we're jumping into the game indeed. And we're gonna have this Resil versus ACNO. Resil on the Batman and ACNO on the jam. But no, never mind. Batman Resil decided to step up.
The station probably bugged out for a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, Resil, come on, you don't be like that. They just immediately swapped to Dizzy.
Oh. Is that even?
It's allowed. I mean, like it's alright. There are no specific rules that if you're put on a station, locked in the character, yeah, it's fine, right? But yeah. Let's see how it's gonna play out. Resil probably decided immediately, alright, I don't wanna play Batman into jam.
Definitely.
The wings are scary, the wings are prepped and almost there, but just in time.
Dashes through! Dashes through in such a cool way, ACNO showing why he was one of the OGs, but he's gonna get now clipped, and now the Resil goes in. Resil wants to still keep hitting, and the spike makes the zoning thing happening, but the Hoshi full screen.
Oh, what? No, the misinput from ACNO. But still, is it gonna be? Oh, into the low again, into the low.
I love to say that that move is the dive kick, but the dive is like exclamation point, you know, because it's really diving. That's why you get the low.
The dive kick slash dive kick in parentheses, literally.
Yeah, literally, it's really diving in this time. So, anyways, pressure from Resil gets the microsword, the backdash.
Why did
the backdash puts you? The backdash puts you in aerial mode, so the fish in the air will catch you in that situation. In airborne, sorry. Oh, in the setup into another throw, and now we're gonna be another one, but Resil backdashes, but still ACNO was plus and will find a really good hit. Resil on the last legs, but with a lot of meter to work in this round, so we'll have to see how it happens. ACNO with the positive, maybe not available, not allowed to use it.
Michael Sword. All right, let's see. Oh no! What happened there? But like still, Resil is in control because oh, here we go with the cinematic super.
How you doing? How's your day going? We have a bit of talk. It's gonna be the longest ever.
It's practically like you can just like put down the controller, like you know,
Yeah. Take a
have a
walk.
breather, drink some water, and then the super's gonna
Yeah,
end.
yeah.
But what I see from Resil in this matchup specifically, they just put ice skating, ice floor immediately as soon as they have a chance, just because they want to mess up movement
Yeah.
from Jam.
Yep. Every spister hates this stupid ice pillar. Oh, but the dive kick goes so nice over the pillar, actually. No. Ice beats fire. Sorry, fire beats ice. I saw that in Pokemon, and it's been applying here. Jam looking really strong right now. Needs one more hit, but gets sent full screen. Resil now.
Oh no!
Well, never mind.
This is gonna be tough. Into the hard
Oh, doesn't get the
knockdown.
wall splat.
Alright, fireball into the wings. Let's see if ACNO gonna survive the pressure, because there is a lot of meter. There's gonna be ice on the floor. The wings are gonna get activated right now, and it's gonna be tough. But
Oh!
what a backdash from ACNO!
1 HP, and ACNO decided to backdash into throw. That is an OG move. They don't move like that anymore. People these days don't move like that anymore.
What a clutch from ACNO.
ACNO gets the first game like that. Damn.
And alright, experiment is over. Resil is back to Batman. Now the game is gonna change a lot, because like now we've seen ACNO trying to get in. Now it's ACNO will be trying to run away from Bat probably, because
I mean,
Resil
the pins... Yeah, the pins are still really good zoning, and Resil loves to play the more zoning and long way game. But never mind, Resil, as you said, really trying to get on ACNO's ass, but ACNO... Ooh, finding a really good combo here. Gonna go through the wall. Full burst and positive. So, ACNO finds the dive kick, the divest of kicks. 2S doesn't connect, but now it's gonna be more pressure because of the extra FRC.
again no gonna connect. What a mix-ups from ACNO, and the last overhead gonna connect. Well, Resil, what's gonna be? Resil needs one knockdown to initiate the offense, but ACNO just doesn't give it to them.
Yep. And but gets the catch here. And we go through the wall. Burst is available, but was already on the wall splat, so won't be able to use it. But now, the Hoshifu goes in. Oh, the dive kick is caught.
Resil doesn't really use the needle, but like the projectile. But I don't know what's the reason for it. Maybe like Gem can easily punish or just run through it.
Oh,
Resil
yeah,
just not
actually.
even trying to zone.
Jam can do the dash, and the dash is dash will go through it. I've seen some Batmans be really like, I hate when Jam does this. So maybe that's why we're not seeing no pins, because Jam can really slide through in a really fashion way, if you ask me.
Alright, that's the reason why Resil at first tried Dizzy and then just doesn't use. Oh, again into the slide.
Overhead.
The messy guessing
Now
again.
down.
The deflect shield just not to guess, but there are not a lot of resources left for Resil.
Okay, so hit.
Alright, we stabilized.
And 1-1 in rounds. Can Resil put the 1-1 in games as well? We'll have to see. But for now, ACNO finding really good hits. Holy. Plus frames will not be needed because the hit goes in actually. Another dive kick and another dive kick. The move proving to be really strong, and I know you're seeing it to its fullest. Another dive kick coming. No, is the flying kick actually. The flying dragon kick. 2 times. A whole bag of tricks that this Jam has.
Now the question
Crazy
is,
idea.
because like Resil, I don't know, are we gonna try like one more time the Dizzy, or I feel like Resil right now is not sure which character to choose, right? Because it's not. No, we're gonna stick to Batman. All right.
Yeah. I feel like he did a bit better on the DC, but it's not like the Batman went bad. Like again, it was last round. It's just that really hard for all characters to operate with Jam's offense. Looking really strong with that demon flip into follow-ups. Dive kick connects at the trades, but it's good for ACNO to trade in that sense. The command dash goes through. Hoshifu again. Oh, the JS connects. Not as good as before, but it's still a really good tool to have. Oh, overhead goes in. Oh, the dive kick, -4. Oh, you see what we were talking about? The
Yeah, just like you said.
going through the pin. The nightmare of the Batman's this jam curado berry. Ooh. She needs another restaurant and we'll build it on top of this bed.
What a scoop from
Another-
ACNO. Oh man,
Yeah.
this is so tough for Resil.
Showing the culinary techniques over here. And the fusion. And now the precision specials are being flown left and right, but mostly to the left because that's
And
where
again, Batman
Resil went
finds
out.
himself in the corner into the full combo with the wall break probably right now. Opting for full reset of the cards.
Oh, full cards is really scary, but now one is off, no more blue flame dive kick. Oh, blocks the charge dash. That was a really ballsy one from Resil. 5 catches there. And now the dive kick goes in again. Another dive kick.
The YRC.
YRC.
Oh no, the YRC of death.
Oh. And just 5H. Blue Ryujin. See you in the next round. As ACNO wins 3-0 to Resil.
Alright, GT. Calm down. Chill.
What do you mean? What do you? I mean,
I know.
I mean,
We know what you
it's fine.
meant, but like chill.
King is back. Go. ACNO played amazingly. I didn't know that you could play this well. After such a long time without playing, I guess like that never leaves, right? Strive is like a bicycle in the end. So yeah, ACNO is in a good position now to get into top 8. Has to win against either Son or one more match he loses. Is the case. So yeah.
Alright, we got our top 16, right? How's it looking? Yeah. So at least in the upper half, we already got.
On the upper half.
We got Soap Eater versus Tiger Pop. We got Amanita versus Neøs. JT Jason Thomas versus Setchi, and ACNO versus Zone.
But if
Man.
you look down, if you look down, there's so many demons
wait.
below there.
Oh no. Oh, I see Shinki is already. Patachu is there. Shinki
Patachu,
is there.
Shinki,
Resil,
Right now,
Zato-1
Resil-
R.E.V.O,
Pinhead, Blazobs,
Oh,
Scarfed,
no.
Tsuku.
Blazobs,
Tsuku lost.
Scarf.
Tsuku
Jesus,
lost to.
this is- Well, that's what happens when it's such a stacked tournament, right? It's like
Yeah. Yeah, like Tsuku lost to Neøs, which is like understandable, definitely. Like Neøs is another cracked player, seed 5 for a good reason. Really good player with a really good character, I might say as well, because Leo Whitefan is really fun. So yeah, I mean, you if you know Neøs, you are expecting him to get into top 8, like most of the time. Is that type of go-to player.
And also, you don't see, at least before 2.0, you don't really see Neøs often in the online tournaments.
Nope.
Yeah, you like most of the time you see Neøs, it's like some offline tournaments or like maybe some online French brackets. Like at least there used to be like the full-on French organizers for online tournaments.
Much more in the close circuit side. So yeah.
And as Reich is showing you, don't forget to claim your Maturina codes. We still have some
I was
codes
just
left, I
going
believe like
to say.
21 codes. So yeah,
I don't
just
believe-
press- You don't believe what?
I don't believe that in between these 200 plus viewers that you ain't stinky. Some of you are still stinky. Some of you haven't checked your code, which is disgusting. We have some codes to claim. Come on, thank you, Casing. Finally, I could smell you from over here, and I'm almost like there's some whole sea between us. Come on. Thank you, Tsukiyami, as well. Thank you. And also Rainmaker and Onyx before, by the way.
Why the stinky bit working?
It is because people are really like hygiene is really important. Hygiene is really important. So yeah, I appreciate people that appreciate hygiene. So thank you for wanting to be showered and clean and washed. But again, it's good to be washed. It's good to be watched. And also, we are currently waiting for Setchi.
No, not. Is it Setchi? Because we're gonna have I see Saltpeter on the screen in the lobby, so it's gonna be Saltpeter versus Tiger probably.
Oh, my bad. I saw it was on purple. Okay, I like purple, and I saw the purple Jason versus Setchi, so I thought it was gonna be that game. But never mind, it's gonna be Saltpeter versus
Yeah,
Tiger.
just-
That is true.
You know, challenge has a mind of its own. It's like it just decides what it wants.
Yeah.
Probably
Hmm?
probably GT and Setchi match was ready first before
Yeah.
Soap and Tiger. So yeah, that's why I chose that one.
Yeah, but I think it's funnier to say that it's Rush, Rush did it bad and that's it, and move on, you know? Again, yeah.
Blame Ratch, just blame Ratch.
Yeah.
But yet, no, for real, don't blame Ratch. Ratch right now is coming in clutch alone for organizing tonight's bracket.
He dropped the chip. I'm heartbroken right now. I need a bit of retaliation. I need a bit of retaliation.
No. It's fair. It's fair to drop chip because a lot of players drop chip. Do you remember the whole list from way back from season 1? How many players drop chip?
And oh no, it's every season. It's so funny. It's so funny because every season everyone's like, "Yo, chip is broken. I'm gonna pick chip up," and everyone drops him. No, but it's different. Ratch is an OG, you know. It's like if I don't know. It's like who do we have? Like if Scarface dropped chip, for example.
Patachu dropped chip.
But that was because a new character came, you know. I also got the XRK reputation, plain bread player. It's disgusting. But yeah, Patachu used to play chip. In EMEA, most of the players that tried to play chip for a good chunk eventually stuck with the character. Besides Setsu. I mean, Sando started, then dropped it, then he's back again being the best chip in the world right now.
Also, Zin, but
Johnny,
Zin just dropped out of the game, fully. I don't know. They just stopped playing it at season 2, I think.
Yeah. Sin, I mean, still plays a bit, but doesn't play that much. I hope that Sin comes back. But Sin was trying to play a bit of Potemkin, and no one wants to see that. Sin, if you're hearing, please don't do that. Don't do that. That is not what you have to do. You are a dash block player. You can only hammer full block, and that is not a real thing. Come on. But yeah, the epidemic of people picking up chip and eventually giving, it's really, really big. Like Umisho, for example, it seems like she dropped chip for Leo. That's how it goes. Only true ninjas remain.
Do you think Umisho will pick back the Happy Chaos?
No, I think she has this thing of, I already won with Happy Chaos. I want to win with anyone else. Is the thing. So.
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Leo is a weak card. But that being said, we have a game. We have Soap versus Tiger. We have Johnny versus Jam. Ooh, and we are going to see a lot of movement, a lot of Gekkoing. Let's see if we can see another win from Jam, like we saw what ACNO gave us. Full conversion, like Polo String, into now full conversion after the dive kick, but never mind. So Peter gets the ball deal and gets the full conversion now by herself. Through the wall we go with the car super. And Tiger looking not so good right now. Oh,
counter hit. Maybe, I don't know if Tiger tried to parry and it was not safe, or I don't know. Because,
I don't think a parry can win actually. Now you caught me. I think it doesn't. I think it loses the parry.
Against the safe jump doesn't really work, right?
Yeah, I think it doesn't. 5P will. No, 5P will lose. 4 frames straight and 3 frames win. I mean, haha, when there were such things. But yeah.
But yeah, let's go. So. Oh.
It's funny here, not much damage because of the PRC.
Setting up the card. There is still burst for Tiger. Soap just standing there, aura farming with the mist final ready to lock in.
And it's gonna be super for Tiger. They want to get the upper hand now. This is probably not going to wall break, I assume. Oh, never mind.
No. It's gonna wall break. I hate this super. I hate this super so much. It's like 1 kilometer reversal that also wall breaks from 1 kilometer.
Yeah.
It's way too much. I hate this super for now. I mean, it's as a character it's fine, but like for now I have a lot of emotions against this character, especially with the super.
Jam has many ways to break wall from everywhere, it seems. Really interesting character in that sense. Gets a guard.
Tiger.
The dive kick
Tiger just
will be in
risk.
flames now. But yeah, it's, as you said, like risk it all, right?
Oh, the bonus. Let's
Look it
see.
now.
Just within 16, maybe trying to preemptively do something. I don't know.
Yep. Ooh, now so Peter, she's still on the offensive.
How
A lot
do
of
you
meter
get
to
out
work
of
with.
the
It's going to be the PRC. It's really hard to get out the corner right here, and Tiger isn't going to find the solution. What Soap is going to find is a card and a win. Where do you think
like-
Johnny keeps the cards?
I mean, his trench coat probably has like 1 billion pockets.
How many
would bet
decks
so.
do you think? How many decks do you think he has? Only one deck?
At-
Because he
No,
does send a lot
at least
of cards.
at least 5. At least 5 decks.
The hand is really but
cards. I mean, cards are exposable there, and they are not that
Yeah.
expensive. Like the standard USPS bicycle deck of cards costs like what, €4, €5. It's like.
do you think they have euros in the Jellyfish Pirates? 5 decks with all Joker cards. Explosive Joker cards, mind you. Oh, but anyways. Game 2. Tiger now on defensive, never mind. Soap finds the 2P. Another card is going to pop. We don't know where did he pull it up from.
You caught me off guard with the question about the currency. But like, isn't Guilty Gear just the usual world but Y2K happened? So Euro didn't exist in the year 2000, right? It's like after became a thing after 2005 or 2003, something
Yeah,
like that.
2K didn't have euros, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so maybe probably Johnny doesn't use euros. The world of Guilty Gear doesn't have euros. Well, let's see
Crazy.
the dollar. The dollar was already there. But
Yeah,
meanwhile,
and
Soap
Johnny
gonna take
Johnny's
the
a dollar user. Yeah, Soap takes the first. And now looking at the offensive. Burst not
I would
available
even
for
say-
Tiger.
I would even say Johnny is probably the Bitcoin user as well, if it were to happen.
True. Actually, Johnny paid for the ship because of Bitcoin. That's how he got the ship. He got a lot of Bitcoin and then sold it. And that's why he got the biggest chip. But speaking of, Tiger now on the offensive. Oh, every time I want to say that. So, are we having some issues?
Okay, the pink jump scare probably happening right now. Hopefully it's gonna be alright for the players.
They seem to be playing it right now. There was a moment of not playing it, so yeah. Oh, Tiger finds the hit here. They can do a lot of damage now. RC is available, but won't use it. They need one more hit. Ooh, nice conversion here with the double charge dash. Really interesting routing. Was the only possible way to kill there because Jam charge dash is her most damaging move there. So, and Senga finds here the 2H after. Really good conversion here by 12. Will send Tiger through the screen.
Immediately cancels the missed final because there are no cards, and yeah. Now, one more card there. There's full meter for Soap, so let's see what they're gonna do with it. Oh, Tiger just got the slide. And it's rolled. Soap, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna be? Is it gonna be a reversal on the wake up or? Ah, wait, it's enough? Oh, what is this conversion with like 2K to stick to the wall?
Crazy. Yeah. Double 2K, no Hoshiku. And more cards. How many decks do you have, Johnny? Answer us. We need the answer. But never mind. More cards are gonna be dealt. One more hit might be all Soap needs, and there's gonna be one more throw. Dandy.
Dragon kick maybe is not more damage. Like definitely the Dragon kick with the card is way more damage.
With the card,
but
yes. With the card, yes.
But without the card, it's probably not. It's like maybe like a couple damage lower. Yeah, 2 less. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's 50, right? Oh no, never mind. It's more damage. It's true. Not normal dragon kick is 60 damage. That is true. And the charge dust is 52.
Okay.
Sensitivity is right. That being said, we have another game. And Soap again looking really strong. Another throw after the war crash.
There's still like the general problem. How do you get out of the corner versus Johnny on jam?
Yeah. You can say any character. Like, how do you get out of the corner against Johnny when he's dealing you all the cards in the world? It's like you're playing blackjack and you're asking for more cards even if you are already on 18. And another throw from Soap. She's always ready to find those.
Okay, Tiger, you need to come up with something because it's already set point for Soap Eater. And yeah. Oh, what? What is this cross up in Segment coming up from Soap Eater?
Yep.
What is this?
New
man?
addition.
I
I
don't want to see left-right mix-ups from Johnny. I just don't want to see it.
You don't want to see left-rights with FRC into pop card? That's gonna be funny. Gek eating, plus frames, more plus frames. Yes, yes ma'am. Another throw, 2H, Gek eating again, more plus frames. The throw
We are
looks
playing Street
unreal.
Fighter?
Literally, we had the same idea here. Oh, I don't want to play a Street Fighter. Let me play the War Crash loops, please. I want to get out of here. Reversal. Gets another
There
save
is still
jump.
burst
Gets
for
his-
Soap Eater, but Soap doesn't really like to use hero bursts
No.
yet. And just let it happen and save the burst for another round. Still a set point for Soap Eater, so Tiger needs to be careful here.
Run up throw from full screen. Tiger knows exactly what they need to do. Ooh, 6K gets punished there by Jam. Tiger now in the offensive. Oh, the BC is gonna be really big, but no, the burst makes the conversion not be that big. And
Now
air deal.
Johnny's World, we're setting up
Yep.
knockdowns of the cards and burst just back in time for Tiger.
Oh,
Right.
BSC big conversion? No, drops it.
Tiger tried to cuckoo something, but I don't know what happened there.
And now the
Again,
cooking is
we
gonna be
haven't
a bit burned. Because but the 6P to the Senga blocks the 5D. Oh, and the Gekirin cross up makes enough time for the deflect shield to end. And Tiger gets on the score and puts the 2-2-1. And they do it. We'll see. Game 4. This will be either Soap taking the whole set or Tiger pushing us to game 5. Ooh.
The round
Like
start
I said.
indicates that, oh no, the
Yeah.
overhead misfiner. Alright, Soap is in control right now. There's a force burst out of Tiger.
Ooh.
Now,
Oh, nice 6K there. Doesn't get the hit, but it still forces to be in the corner. Tiger forces to get out, but it's not good enough. Cross up and Senga catches there the 6P, I think. And another card for you. Not Joker, but just a J. Oh, the 6K gets caught again. Oh no,
Tiger
that was
is
definitely
acting-
misinput.
yeah. And Soap is ready to punish. And also I've seen the general consensus for now, if you get the knockdown, you opting not for the Yoki as a jam, you opt for the buff if you don't have one. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
Yep.
this buffed slide is just way too much.
yeah. Oh, the 6K again. We've seen Johnny's catching flies every day, and this jam looking too squishy. Ooh.
YRC for now,
And-
jumping off the corner, but again there is a knockdown into the card. Tiger needs to be on the defense, then
Oh.
gonna get baited. This can be it, Willing. Oh,
No!
what? Okay, I was
It's
waiting
not-
when my commentary card's gonna kick in.
It did kick just in time to give Tiger one more chance. Is that all they need? Burst is out now, but no. The 2S catches. And Soap closes the set 3-1 against Tiger.
Yeah, not every day, not every time you see Soap Eater dropping the combo, but yeah,
Yeah,
the curse is strong.
really weird. Yeah. I think we didn't have any curses today, like any commentator curse today, so she had to tank this one. Sorry, so bitter. But in the end, she still got the win, so everything's fine.
Man, like I commentated like the local tournament for Tekken, and I cursed like every combo that I commentated. It was insane. Every time I was like, okay, I will shut up just when combo happens.
I hope, like, I mean, I think those are funny, honestly. Like, honestly, is there bad people? Why are you dropping combos? Why did you get like shaky because a commentator say something nice about you? Come on, just get your combo down. Jesus. Also, why are you listening to the stream? I don't get it.
All right, I see. I'm happy. I already see JT locking in Nago. So
Nice.
so yeah, we're gonna see Nago on screen.
New Nago got so much fun with a new move. As
Have you seen Hotashi laughing for like half of the stream?
Hotashi is the #1 fan of this move. Like, if they like, Arxis was like, we're going to make Hotashi happy. We're going to give him a way to be even more thirsty for blood if needed.
I still believe that Hotashi winning the first EVO versus Sonic Fox just influenced the whole balance for the Nago. They're like they are loving Hotashi's playstyle so much compared to other like more safer choices for Nago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They are just allowing Nago to go insane every patch. Like season 4, Nago just didn't get anything. Like so that was kind of boring. But now it was worse the way the new move, the credit card that you can see on the screen that drawn by Ultimate.
Yeah,
the Yukimoyo credit card, the credit line from the blood bank.
It's so crazy. It's such a good art. Shout out to shout out to Ultimate. Really amazing. Like both in game and outside of the game, amazing artist. Daily Nagoriyuki. Like again, you won't guess how much Daily Nagoriyuki gets uploaded, but it's daily. Yeah, I know, crazy. And so shout out. Check the socials. And yeah, because look at this. It's so cute. But you know what's not cute? The Nago versus Sato. What is this matchup like? What do you think about this matchup?
You know, I personally hate this matchup, but Zato players will swear that this is unwinnable matchup for them.
Really?
GT, let's see how crazy they will go. But one thing is for sure that Zato can just lock the Nago in the corner and not let him get out, especially with the positive bombs. But for now, GT is in control.
Ooh. And now, what do you mean delayed alpha? That is such a mean name to have. But anyways.
Okay.
Ooh, finds the JS there. And the triple FS, that's gonna be a lot of blood going down for Nago, for Jason Tono. And it's gonna be Wasplat now. Boom. With the super. So a lot of blood to work with. The HKD is really strong for Nago, obviously. Clone is gonna be available. So what is gonna be the show here? What do you think?
Not real. Oh no, Setchi gaining control. And into the positive bonus into Samboy.
Ooh, Samboy
burst for GT, right?
Yep.
So in the bad position, they can get out of the corner. But you see what I'm talking about? Just Zato can lock Nago in the corner, but 2K, 2D gonna save GT there.
Round 2. Oh, tries to hit the AD but doesn't get it. Has to burst out of there. Now Jason Thomas on the offensive. But Nago just flies out there. I don't want none of that. Let me recharge my Eddie. Let me chill. Now Eddie's out. Comes back to play. 2S loops into Frog. No super available, so Eddie will stay hiding for a while. Now Jason Thomas has a good chance to actually
connect into the 5D. Oh, this is scary for Setchi. They're forced to use the burst right there. Oh my god, not in time to use the pulse. But there is still full meter. Yeah, this is gonna use it right now. Deflection gonna work out for JT. The pulse, yeah, just baiting Nago's resources. And now this is gonna be tougher for JT because Eddie is there. Eddie is working on your ass, and You're in the corner.
Ooh.
GT somehow managing to jump out. That's why he's the GOAT. Into the
Yukimo
credit
Joy
cards, here we go.
card. Oh!
The credit
Credit card.
line paid off. We are
Yeah,
not going into debt.
I don't want to pop. I just want to jump and air grab because these people are scared of my bitey. So yeah. Have to say by the way, Zato, one of the biggest hits that he got this patch with the Sun Void, has the extended duration of the meter penalty. Instead of being 3 seconds, it's 8 seconds. So now, since the changes, positive bonus of wall break won't kill this 8-second penalty. So it will be 8 seconds where Zato will be still not generating any meter whatsoever. That's why you will see Satos actually try to not go for that super, but in the case that we saw at that time, it was totally needed for Setchi.
The whole like the wall break meta kind of changing because characters like Zato, like Nago especially, that have secondary effects on the super, like AD, restoring AD, restoring blood gauge. You kind of still want to use the super to break the wall, even though there is a punishment on the meter, because I mean, there are resources coming back. Oh, Zabubu!
Zabubu! We saw a bit of Zabubu and we saw a bit of PRC changes on the command graph. Oh! And more changes actually. Jason Thomas wanted to jump there, but it's not good enough. Jason Thomas tried to jump to catch the fuzzy jump from Setchi, but Setchi was chilling on the ground and actually got the punish after that. Oh, the 2P catches the 2P that was trying to catch, but only mid and oppose. And now Setchi doesn't have Eddie, but does have positive. What can he do with it? Oh, finds the hit actually from the slide. Now,
credit card is still available for Jason if they want to use it. Oh, trying to maybe scoop in the air, but Setchi just avoiding it.
Yep. And Sunboy will be used again. What's needed for the Eddie recharge.
Okay, this is tough. There is still meter for the white.
Oh!
Yeah. Alright. Nice defense from Jason Thomas. GT. Into 2.
No!
Alright.
The throws to the
credit.
post.
Yeah,
So
going into the credit, going insane. But 2S. 2S gonna work out. So 1-1?
1-1. Really close matches, really interesting matches, a lot of things going on. A lot of resources. Like, it's really cool when we get this type of matches where both characters have to check not only their resources, but the resources of the opponent as well. So a lot going on. A lot of mind games, a lot of poker game, as I like to say it, because basically you have to take into account what are your cards and what are the opponent cards, and play around that constantly. Really interesting game in my opinion.
You know what? You just reminded me of the joke. You know what the strongest card in the poker?
The strong card in the poker is the ace, right?
And the credit card.
Oh, the credit card. That is true. It is true.
Yeah.
And that's the one that Nago has. So
yeah. So yeah, we've seen GT using it sparingly, like only just when they're gonna explode, just to be safe, and right at the end. Okay, GT going a little bit crazy right now.
oh, burst bait, lovely. Gonna be easy. Gonna be triple FS because he wants to get less blood on there, but Setchi finds the hit, full Eddie back online. And out again. Jason Thomas did such an amazing defense, but was not good enough. Got hit by the
blocking
last.
that bullshit. You're just not blocking
Yeah.
that. Nobody's blocking that.
Almost did it. It blocked like 3 different setups, but died on the third one, on the third mix.
Oh, good jump
Oh,
out.
fierce.
Avoiding the
jump.
grab, but like no punishment.
Was covered on the. Was covered with the frog.
Two into the 5D again, into the frog. Oh, I hate this character so much.
It shows, but it's still Setchi going through all the hate and everything, finding ways to go in. Oh, finds a good hit. Jason Thomas now. 6H, really good wall splat. One more hit is needed.
There is a lot of resources.
What?
Will you go into Amogus? Alright.
Amogus time.
Interesting decision by Setchi.
Yep, the clone goes in though. Oh, didn't use the RC to extend whatsoever. Another YRC is used. Ooh, through to the ground you go with your face, and round for Jason Thomas gonna be round 3.
Son is just both antagonisms. I don't want to fight either of them. You're gonna have to, man. You're gonna have to.
GG's.
It's unavoidable.
It's unavoidable, definitely. Ooh, oppose. Oh, oppose wasn't good enough because Eddie had to come out to play eventually, and Jason Thomas killed it perfectly. But Eddie is back and wants to spike, wants to oppose, wants to frog in your face, punishing the 5H. That was a crazy punish, if you ask me. Command grab is not good enough in the range. Now Samboy, remember the meter penalty is there, but it's still Eddie full gauge into one more setup. Deflection
This
blocks
time
the overhead.
What's gonna be happen next time? And yeah, into the 2K, into the grab. There are almost no resources. There is maybe YRC. Oh, nah. Invite to Hell gonna anti-air you.
Yeah,
GT
tried the
was trying
super
to do
jump
the shenanigans.
with the BRC, but it wasn't good enough. Instead, she pushed the 2-2-1.
Is GT considering character swap? No, we're gonna go full in with Nago.
I wonder what other characters does Jason Thomas have, like, really ready to go, you know?
Especially against Zato, right? You kind of want a character with the reversal, but I don't know if like GT has already with somebody like Sin or I don't know the 5 deal, right? Good defense, but oh no, the 5 you're gonna need the pulse. Trying to scoop Setchi out of the air, but Setchi being way too nasty with the movement. Nobody gets correctly here. Nobody.
Nope.
To me.
Impossible. Oh, oppose meets DFS. Oh, now Eddie meets the 5H though.
But look at this. It just Nago just tries to slowly walk to you because there is no blood for Fukio's.
Oh, oppose fails completely. So, but again, as you said, no blood for Fukio. So what can Nago do? Backdash the throw. Actually, that's a good answer to what was needed.
There is a solution. You can go into the credit. What you're gonna explode because there is a lot of health for Setchi.
Ooh, tries to Beyblade once. That's not going to pop, but it's going to be really uncomfortable amount of blood. So now Nago has to play the Samurai Showdown gameplay. Is that good enough against Sato? Well, found the JS now. Oppose into the spikes. Pierce goes in, gets one hit, but it's not good enough. Clone, but still,
now it's time to get
the blood.
But Setchi just flies away. Oh, this is so frustrating to watch. Alright,
Ooh,
finally the connection into the knockdown. You know what's
my god.
There's almost no meter for
We are in 10 seconds. 9, 8. Can someone find the hit? Now, Jason
Setchi just gonna zone out. Is it gonna be the
timeout?
timeout?
It's gonna be a timeout.
Oh my god, this is...
We actually got a timeout. That was crazy.
This is crazy. You don't see timeouts in Strive. You just don't. This game is so high damage and there is like 99 seconds for the round, so it's insane to go into the timeout.
A timeout in this year. What a time to be alive. But she finds the hit here. Oppose is gonna be like no to Nago. Jason Thomas having so much trouble with this zoning.
There is only one decision here. Is either wait, again the timer gonna be a problem, or you just go into credit and go crazy.
Yep. Jason Thomas really wishing he had White Assault right now, but it's not available. No way for Nago to deal with zoners now properly. And this can be the last of Jason Thomas. In winners, indeed. To losers, you go invite to hell, invite to losers. Setchi advances to top 8 through winners with a commanding 3-1. And yeah, this matchup seems miserable. I would say that.
And now we're gonna have our top 8 locked in. For the upper half, it's gonna be Soapeater versus Amanita. We're gonna have Setchi playing versus Zone. And we're gonna have a swap on the commentary, right, guys? Right, guys? I mean, come on.
We have both. Who is it? Is it Jacker and Kappa, right?
Yeah. So the rest of the top 8 is gonna be with Kappa and Jacker. Well, Let's wait for them to come here. All right, you're finally here, guys. Right? Right, guys? Don't leave me hanging. Come on, man.
Are you ready or are you stinky? But first of all, okay, chat. Before I leave, shout out to Napso. It was amazing to commentate with you. Thank you very much.
Well,
And also, you disgusting non-claiming Macherino coders. There's or other claim. I'm mostly they're not. Okay, thank you, Stain, for that claim. And again, remember, we have those Macherinos. Get them on and make these players are like getting a bit of back. Not that much of a back, but a bit of a back. You know, put me in coach. And then with that, I think we have to say, well, Napsa, do you want to say something?
No. So,
You okay?
good rest of the debate with everybody. So yeah.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Just a deep sigh.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I was taking in a deep breath here. All right, you know, I'm a bit nervous. It's been a while since I've been in the mic with you guys, dude. Like, I gotta take in the environment, really reacclimatize myself to the energy of EMEA. But hello, everybody. I hope you guys are having a fantastic time here in the European side of things. My name is Sir Kappa, making a return with my partner in crime, Yucker. How are you doing, my friend? It's been a while.
Been a minute, yeah, indeed. I'm sad to have missed like the 2.0 release bracket because you know me, I'm always here on Salty. But yeah, flying back from California takes a while. So
I can tell you right now. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You enjoyed my home state, man. It's a beautiful time over in California. So how was that for you?
It was kind of rainy, but I think that worked out because I heard that California is kind of dry, which it's rough, but no. But Slackback was definitely a blast, and I was really happy they actually let me hop on the mic there, which was an insane privilege and not at all what I expected, especially being handed top 8 spot. So I was like, yo, shout outs to Brett for that one.
Hey, here's to me getting commentary slot for CEO and possibly even a commentary slot for top 8. Here's to hoping. You know,
hoping. I mean,
but
put in the hard work, know your TOs, and then you will make it for sure.
I keep it down with the North American district, but obviously, like, I gotta show love to my EMEA brothers and sisters and my non-binary pals because we also do happen to be around the block with EMEA events, but that's besides the point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for top 8. We're here for more action, and we seem to already have everything already up to snuff. We're going to have Soap Eater versus Amanita in a second, but I would also like to give credit where credit is due. That entire top 8 is starting to fill out pretty nicely, but we're going to have to wait a while before those losers can really come up.
Yeah, it's great to see Soap Eater back in action. Of course, having been MIA a bit towards the tail end of Season 4, but back in the action here with the 2.0 business, especially with some of the changes I believe have attracted their eye back to the character and just enjoying the game overall. But of course, Amanita's not too keen to let the Johnny character express itself. Already stuck in the corner, quick RC mix-up, and that's going to be a fast wall break.
Yeah, and you were mentioning like previously, it's been a while since both of us has been able to commentate, in particular both of these players, but even more so for Soap Eater, who has been gone for quite some time overall through the patch for 0.5. But even before that, we saw a lot of prowess that Soap Eater was able to bring to the table. Their performances, especially in a regional and major event level. So this is definitely going to be a return to form here with this new patch, as new horizons, new opportunities, and now we got a new set of game plan, tactics, and all, with Amanita's already getting you to the other side of the screen, and we're going to let this winger fly to clip the wings of Soap Eater for that round 1.
So far, so good. Pretty decent back and forth, but the Soap Eater, just to give her a moment, catch on to how Amanita likes to play. Unfortunately, there are a little bit of the slight changes on close slash. Can't quite catch the end here. It might have also been an attempt to stop some kind of approach up close, but unfortunately, still trapped in the corner here. Going to be without the hard knockdown due to the positive meter bonus changes, right? The negative penalty after spending meter. Now, some people simply just taking the soft knockdown while conserving all the resources. And you can kind of see it here, already paying it off with red RC. You got 50 left on the table, and an elaborate deflex shield bait, but working out all the same. Amanita's with that first game.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I don't even think that was intentional. I think that might have been just a miscalculation of spacing there, but it ended up working out all the same. So that worked out pretty much at the tail end of the event. But also, pretty much, if you haven't already known, especially because you and I are frequent with the scene at times, if you notice at the tail end of that Bad Moon, we had the little particle effect where we're hitting the late end of the move, especially when it's hitting its tail end. Normally, you're able to pick up off of that, but with the recent patch and recent introduction from communication with Arc System Works, that has since been removed. That was an unintended feature, so we're going to see how much of that really changes Millia Rage, because there were a lot of tech videos and a lot of tech compilations with people really trying to figure that out. But now that that's gone within the first week and a half, we'll see how things fare with that setup game and the confirmation game.
Yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate way to keep pushing with the 2.0 with a lot of confirmed bugged interactions, but nonetheless, right players push forward here. I haven't actually quite checked on for Salty side if the likes of Happy Chaos is banned. Nevertheless here, ooh, an interesting transport, able to just get away to the corner, double air dash, the patience, trying to just get a little bit of FD spacing with the 6K. The chase down, this card is deployed, and we can slowly start working at bullying Amanitas towards the corner. A lot of air movement, but you can't just quite comfortably let that close slash rock no more. You don't have that extended upwards hitbox, only on combo. And that seems to give Amanitas the freedom to just roam in the air and just set up some delayed approaches.
And especially these two are very well known and well regarded for, these two characters in particular have very great, very isolated close slashes that really do well into just playing the ground to air game so well. But because now they established it as being a combo tool and using it as a follow-up hitbox, it's basically you unlock the hitbox altogether. But as far as things are going, it's a great footsies game. We do get the knockdown to set up for the card. Bring back the old tradition of the instant TK misfire into another one. We just loop whatever we can into that corner. Minus 15, but you might as well be plus.
RC, interesting mix-up. Caught Soap Eater. I assume that might have been a throw attempt there, but the knockdown trying to dash around. But here comes Soap, trying to back away. Excellent bait on the YRC here. It's going to be a solid cash out. Plays the card here for the next hit. Red RC trying to push a little forward, but I think the card cut was looking to RC explode just to make sure that the wall bounce wouldn't kill, but unfortunately not panning out just yet. Nevertheless, able to secure the round here, so on to the final round of game number 2, both players with a burst on the table.
Yeah, definitely feeling out, like trying to wear down the rust on the old joints. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Soap Eater on the competitive side of things. So for Soap Eater to come around, it's going to take a little while, you know, pan out a little bit of the execution errors. It's really early, so you have that benefit, as well as being a winner side. You have a lot of room to be able to have mistakes on standby. You don't want to make too many of those as you keep going, because Amanita is starting to really pick up the pace.
Anti-air just blocks on the cross. Late PRC catches an option there from Soap Eater. Trying to bring her towards the corner here. FDs feel a little bit of space. PRC forward, but again, look at the close slash not working as the anti-air. Some growing pains as of the recent changes, definitely affecting. Shout out to the Kirito meme, right? Drawing a sword that isn't there. Unfortunately, the tool is gone, but nevertheless, the pressure remains strong. Soap Eater able to tie up the set here, one apiece.
Yeah, I mean, old reliable, man, it's not there anymore. You used to reach out and really be able to utilize it to great effect, but now with the whole muscle memory changes, this really changes a lot in terms of the mental stack, the neutral game, and especially with the removal of Wild Assault in place of Blitz Counter. It really does add a lot more interactions that even we normally didn't get to commentate back in the previous season. We had a lot more wiggle room with like a lot more cutthroat, a lot more engaging offense when it comes to the reset game. But now you're kind of forced into this situation where you just got to make do with whatever's present for you. And it honestly adds a lot more depth for a lot of these characters. And now you're going to see how much players are really relying on the system mechanics to carry them forward and how much the player skill really translates to this current season.
Exactly. Good on Amanitas here. Making sure that Soap can leave the corner of the bird spade as well. Unfortunately, doesn't get the full pickup here. And that's her opportunity to slip away. The cross up, good blocks, but ultimately swapping sides now. Trapped in the corner, looking to create space. There is the card with the burst bait on top of it. Straight into the Joker. Tricky go for that hard knockdown on the wall break, but the meter gain gonna be hampered just ever so slightly. But nevertheless, right, trying to push it forward there with a positive meter bonus.
If you pay close attention to the graph, I mean, the more we fuck around, the more we're gonna find out. And trust me, Amanitas is finding out very quickly that there are consequences to your actions. Nice crossover to go for the reset. Soap Eater getting a little bit wild on the cards, and both players just gambling with their hearts on the line. They go for bait after bait. They're just going blow for blow and toe to toe into seeing who's a lot quicker to the gun and a lot quicker to the trigger than the other.
Drop. with the back dash. But this really trying to get a little shimmy action. The patience on Sophie, but ultimately gets caught out. Gonna have to use the burst to create a little bit of a moment of reprieve here to try and find the next option. Blocks across sub, blocks to yet another one. Insane patience, but you are gonna have to give up at some point. And I think that might have been a misinput on the misfiner here. And Amanita just keeps it up with blinding options left and right consistently. As we're going to hop into possibly the last touch here for Soap Eater in game 3.
Nice use of the misfiner, very risky indeed, but still, it's a lot of footsie game from Amanitas. Now we get the back throw incident. It's time to set up with the card. We keep that corner, we keep that mental stack, especially with the TK misfiner on standby, but Amanitas, ever brave, ever strong, does find a gap, finds an opener, and now we get that game 3. We are 2-1 up in the set.
Yeah, so Peter unfortunately really struggling to deal with Amanita's momentum as she's able to secure these really early knockdowns and then already putting on display incredible mix-ups that at times Soap Eater does very well do a solid effort at trying to block out and survive, but there's so many more options for her to float afterwards that inevitably one is going to connect, and then you're going to have to start panicking with what resources you have to go for resets, right? Try to bring her back to a neutral position to then again hope to attempt and get your own pressure running, just like we see here and now. Traverse into the corner, getting the guard breaks, so the guard crushes off of the cards, but it's Amanita's right back in control yet again.
Amanitas is really playing a lot slower now. A lot, oftentimes not really throwing out buttons, but more so utilizing that floaty movement to try and get on in. Yet another burst bait. No respect for either side here, and you gotta love that vitriol that you see on the stand. Both players just want to really dominate and really prove to the other it's not about victory, it's about sending a message, and it's going to be sent, signed, sealed, and delivered. We try to go for the safe jump, but not this time. The natural born gambler makes their great return, and she is saying all that we need to know. Johnny's back.
Much play in the end. Ultimately, it was blocked. Been a bit of a disaster, but we're trying to maintain the burst online here, especially going with this advantage state. However, tucked into the corner, we do find the 2S opportunity. Send the winger through the TK misfiner, and that is going to send Sophie right back where she started. Picks up the Hoy, but ultimately catching on the toes. So watch out for those. At times, shimmies are as well being deployed. A little bit of FD does create a bit of spacing, but it's a slight punish. Able to leave the corner fully, but the 6B that challenges 6K and a big counter hit as well. And I believe Soap Eater is just going to let this one rock out. Even possibly after this next interaction, right? You want to conserve that burst for that final round as we do here.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the stream, and we're seeing a lot of difficulty. Soap Eater's game plan definitely a little bit rocky, especially now that the close slash was something that Soap Eater really gravitated towards when it came to the anti-air game. It really does look like, you know, you're fiddling around with the controller, and then in addition to that, you know, lack of competition really starts to wear your joints out of rust. We go for yet another burst bait. One thing that doesn't change, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Soap Eater still letting these situations rock, and even at the cusp of defeat, Soap Eater held onto their soul and went out to take this to another game 5. I'm just contractually obligated to have at least one, man. I have at least one on the book. I'm satisfied.
Is the actual clause in your contract is like you to make sure to send the TO cops on the play. It's like you gotta throw one, you gotta bring it to game 5. I'm sorry, it's in the Kappa's contract. But
It's in
indeed,
the Kappa logs, bro. It's in the Kappa logs.
But yeah, good awareness there from Soap Eater, especially on that red RC, to notice that the explosion hadn't connected onto Amanitas, which indicates definitely a burst is coming. So always making sure to just let it rip, even if it may not entirely be necessary, just to give yourself a moment to recognize when possibly your opponent might try to panic.
Yeah, this is where pressure really starts to mount a lot more. You thought game 3 1-1 was pressure inducing. This is where the gaps in your knowledge start to really creep up. This is where the doubts start to creep in, and this is where the adrenaline dump starts to be a lot more of a factor. The rust may end up costing Soap Eater, but because Amanitas is really just running game, we do swap over to the other side. We have the mix-up laid out for that layup, and now we're just holding this corner for dear life.
Another phantom limb moment there as the close slash did not catch Soap Eater on the escape from the corner. Could have been exactly the plan that Amanitas wanted to deploy, maybe in the previous patch, but now grander opportunity for opponents to simply just try to jump and escape, and you're going to have to decide to find other options. But there is the shimmy, a lot of damage, evade confirm, and we're going to go straight into the Joker trick. So that means Soap Eater now bringing it from what seemed to be a very solid Amanita set to set point first over her opponent.
solid IB, and I love this kind of awareness to not only engage with the defensive end, but also the proactive defense to be able to close the distance and even swap to a more favorable position, already dealing about 55% of the health bar. ABFD to put distance, but still, that's a lot of damage and a lot of blood you have left on the table. But interestingly enough, all that meter is a chance. It's a great equalizer, and we just settle for the neutral wall break.
Dealing one another out, takes a moment to just back away, right? Let the life advantage do the work for you. Punish on the 6K, great cash out here. Unfortunately, didn't have the meter for the hard knockdown. Might have also considered to not go for it. Far slash to catch interrupt. Red RC, the patience from Soapbeater is just going to be hanging on to that burst as we go into the final game, final round situation. Both players, as even as they can be, having their bursts on deck.
I'm starting to believe that maybe I willed this into the existence, man. My first tournament back on comms for SaltyEU, we already got a double Luigi. At this point, the universe knows what it wants. And what it wants is for the long distance game plan we have from both sides. Burst has been applied, but we're back to square one. And even worst of all, Soapbeater gets the wall break off that Joker trick. 50 meter on deck is going to be spent, but we do have positive bonus tension penalty. Crossing over, but the cross up. Oh no!
Big changes in favor of Soapbeater. 2 times the interaction working out. And just like that, a TK misfire to close things out. Soapbeater is going to be taking a 3-2 over to Amanitas.
Unfortunate. No, just when you thought we weren't going to see much of that cross up and Senga ever be applied in a real tournament setting, we started seeing it 3 times over in the span of 10 seconds. Lovely stuff from Soapbeater, and honestly, welcome back to the competitive spirits of this game, because it has been a while since we've seen Johnny around, and rightfully so. But in any case, the character does come back by virtue of so many other characters getting changed and then getting nothing but quality of life updates here and there. Really push this character up, in addition to just benefiting overall with the way that his design kind of transitions well.
For sure. With that being said, we're going to move on to our other winner side match where we got Setchi versus Son lining up. And again, good old returns, right? Kind of exactly what we're hoping for, 2.0 of the old faces returning to the game. And Setchi, it's been a minute as well. Normally, we've seen them tap in from time to time, making a pretty deep run consistently, and as always, still repping that Zato. So curious to see how that goes, especially with some of the changes being afforded to the Zabubu. So maybe finding actual play in the game plan. What's left to be seen. Neøs is a little early in the room here.
It's a little bit of a wait and see kind of thing, because obviously a lot of opinions on Zato all over the place. Nobody can really come to a clear consensus on the character as a whole. And I think that given the fact that we're only about less than 2 weeks into the game's life cycle, into basically the second chapter of this game's life cycle, we're basically back to season 1. It's gonna take a while, and I would say it'd take about a month or 2 before the meta develops and we truly know what Zato really is bringing to the table, especially with the player base that's already minimal by comparison to everyone else. It's gonna take a while, but you know what isn't gonna take that long? Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that exclamation point Matcherino. If you haven't claimed your codes already, please be sure to just log in to be able to go there. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Log in with the login of your choice, claim a code, and it's quick, easy profit for everyone involved. All the money goes directly to the pot. It's risk-free. It doesn't charge you out of your own pocket, and if it does, Matcherino will reimburse you for your troubles. So in any case, it's a really easy process, man. It doesn't take that long, and it's honestly a very fulfilling process because everyone wins. It goes straight to the players' pockets, and all we do is just provide for even more competition for people to come in and show out like they are today.
I see Setchi asking in the stream matches, what does Jam do? And more specifically, does Jam have a DP? So definitely, like you said, right, very early into the patch, so a lot of people still figuring things out, especially on the new character front as well. Jam, right, representing not only a challenge for people picking her up, but people playing against her. What are the answers? What do we have? How do we cook? And so forth. So definitely with time, we will figure all these things out, especially where all characters place. And that's something for certain characters I would hope to not see too high. Mainly coming to mind is Zato, right? Definitely would like for Zato to feel strong in the hands of Zato players, but not strong overall, because there are definitely
Not like
some,
season 2 strong. We want strong in theory, not strong in application.
yeah, there's some characters that can be strong, but they shouldn't be top tier. Otherwise, the game is definitely crud.
Oh, believe me, believe you me, I have choice words about this character, and they would not fit the kind of climate that we have in this tournament, as well as on commentary. But that is besides the point. The main point at hand is we got 2 of these competitors and 2 of the heavyweights of EMEA as well coming together and really trying to put on a show. And Son, we're gonna see how much of that the changes really affect Ramlethal, because Ramlethal seemingly got a lot of nuanced changes that really got adjusted in so many ways, often being attributed to more of a mix-oriented character with just slight hit confirm issues now, due to now S sword toss being more used as an Oki tool or even a block string filler.
See how Son adapts in the matter. Currently, though, being denied any opportunity to play as Setchi, just completely overwhelming their opponent, entrapping them between the sandwich mix and a beautiful jump over the far slash there, able to close things out in the first round here. Just very, very dominating performance.
I do like what Setchi is already trying to do, right? Trying to keep it simple, not trying to overcomplicate things. And that's kind of what you want to do. You don't want your resource to feel as expendable as it is, especially on Zato. You do have the 4-second eddy timer, which is a major plus compared to the 7-second timer it used to be, but still, Zato without its resources, like a bird without its wings. You clip them and it leaves them high and dry, especially for a prolonged period of time with no tension to fall back on.
Indeed, but still, the enemy gauge does recover relatively quickly here, and you can already see back into the action. The opposed holding Son back, some opportunity to challenge, trapped in the corner now, just trying to kill for a bit of time, waiting for Eddie's return, and just like that, the throw is going to set up beautifully into the next sequence here. Another opening. We're going to the Amogus here, aiming for the kill, not quite enough. Going to get that hard knock on. Next touch should do the trick, air to air with that JP. The multi-stab, you're going nowhere, and that's the first game going to Setchi.
Setchi really just shows how Setchi honestly just makes it look easy, right? And a character like this, where you got to manage not only your resource, your positioning, the positioning of your own specific resource, and then in addition to that, just how you can function overall. Like, you're working double time, you're working a double shift playing this character. And though I have my choice words about him, like, there is a level of awareness that you do have to have at all times. And self-preservation is a must, because this character will just die if you get the right hits on him at any specific point. And Son has been known to make absolute dream comebacks happen out of nowhere. So Setchi has to do everything in their power to just make sure that Son doesn't even build the momentum necessary to claim victory tonight.
We'll see which direction it goes. Already an excellent teleport here from Setchi. Catching with the tap dust. That's going to be the early burst from Son. Just looking to not get overwhelmed too quickly. Far slash connecting the burst back from Setchi. Now, Zabubu send. Eddie deployed in the back. But, of course, Son not too interested in letting Setchi move too freely. We might start seeing some of that miracle play that you're talking about. Although, okay, YRC. Good back and forth, but this might be it here. Nice little confirm, but unfortunately, you said not the combo filler it used to be. Now just more of a pressure filler, having to set up for the next sequence. But nevertheless, Son closes it out, cleans it up.
Once again, sending out the Pierce, using that Invite L to cover up that little bit of pocket of space should Son try to escape. But this is just another situation of too little, too late. Built up the resource, and we're going to send out the Sun Void to just build up on our Eddie stocks. But that is going to hurt that tension so much. But if you can get the kill even before then, who cares? At the very least, tension penalty is a mindset. And for Setchi, they're focused on that grind set. They're already evening things out in the rounds just as quickly as they lost them.
Yeah, especially for a character like Zato, who can kind of chill without, on his own unique resource to get conversions going, which means he doesn't necessarily need to have all that meter gain after the wall break. But now we can see Setchi having a bit of a struggle, trying to deal with a lot of the range from Son's play here, sacrificing a lot of health to stray hits. So it might have not been the basis combo we saw from Son, but just the consistency of getting some really big hits in allows for a ton of damage being dealt, and especially just closing things out here with the Calvados. You're just going to have to vaporize Setchi like that.
Yeah, the hypersonic laser that comes from her swords. It is always a devastating overdrive to really deal with, but it is the circumstances and the necessary requirements to use those are oftentimes not going to be common, and oftentimes you're not going to really be with both swords at a time. And if you are, you're mostly using it in tandem with your pressure or your combo filler. So evening things out, very good stuff from Zone, but we'll see how this comes to pass, because the later half of the set does seem to be where a lot of the layers start to be sent out in full force with no stops, no breaks. There's just no stops on this crazy train.
Now we kick things off with a good drift punish, pulling Setchi into the corner here, sets up the throw just before the explosion. Tricky timing as always, but definitely a mastery on Son's part with utilizing that to find his openings, but unfortunately for Son, Setchi just floating around. It's a super, and that is going to be a big punish. No burst just yet. It's a cool. He collected the rock. Trying to break away, finds yet another opening. The Eddie catching from the sky, and that's going to be finally enough to prompt the burst.
Nicely done. That could have been a strike position for Son, but conversely though, you overshot the landing, and now Setchi gets to run game for free using the explosion off of that oppose to give us the round. Lots of meter on deck, but we didn't need any ounce of it. Just a simple 5P will do it, and even more so, the less resource we build, the less burst we build, the better it is for our longevity. But now we're gonna get through that wall. Speaking of burst, we're just about at the tail end of it. Setchi already like 70% of the way through their health bar, but Son still has a long way to go to be able to clear that round out.
Well, we have a lot of meter here, finds an opportunity to break through. Creative changes, not able to PRC the super. But still able to PRC that. Needs that final touch, but noticing the OTG hit, immediately capitalizing with the 5P. Red RC swap sides around, gets another thing here. The burst is available for Son. Might consider to use it just to create a little bit of momentum, but just looking for the right moment to strike so we can bring it to the final round of game number 3. Both players with their burst on the table, looking to take the final lead in the set.
Great 6P. Just gonna go with that little 2K to kind of check a little bit, build up a little bit of damage. Now the burst is off the table for Setchi, using that JD to try and go across the other side, but great cat scratcher into the Aggressa Ordana to get the knockdown. And speaking of, we're gonna extend off the Sabrobato to be able to secure ourselves that game lead. So now, going from being from the back foot to now taking the lead over a returning heavyweight. Very solid work, and honestly, a lot of situational and honestly incremental plays that Son was really going for. The ability to just kind of wait it out in the skybox that she loves to fly here and there, and then just kind of anticipating different sections of the screen, really forcing Setchi to be a lot more conservative with these situations with Eddie. And it's starting to look like Son has the game plan already panned out from start to finish.
Setchi has the counter adaptation though, because I think the window here for Setchi is the fact that a lot of it seems to be short, stray hits, right? We don't see the craziest amount of combos. Of course, when the big punishes do come, Setchi's health bar definitely feels it. No bursting here, trying not to give over too many resources, especially with that wall break. We're just trying to aim and control Setchi's movement. Finds the anti-air, but thankfully for Son, no major confirmed. Nevertheless, able to find the next tap dust opening. Looking for the command grab, but just jumping away in time.
Yeah, and if you notice too, back in the day, you would be able to go for a grab and then possibly even PRC it, but now no longer is that the case. You have to commit to strike throw nowadays. Speaking of which, you now have to deal with this situation with the explosion off the H sword toss, but even then, Setchi still floating on out, gets caught by the Mortal Bato, and we try to go for the throw. The explosion covers up, and we bait the burst.
Oh my goodness, that's something that definitely might have felt like an emotional burst there. Setchi not happy with the situation, thinking, hey, wait a minute, I'm the puppet character here. My goober should cover for my mistakes. Nevertheless, Setchi starting things off in this round with a vengeance, already entrapping Son in the corner, finds you at the lows, unsummoning and resummoning Eddie, making sure to top up that gauge, carefully to go and dip into the Sun Void just to recover the Eddie while sacrificing a bit of that tension gain going through the screen transition. Nevertheless, the tap dust, don't have to kill just yet, but needs that final touch to do so, and what a terrifying amount of momentum from Setchi.
But there comes a cost to this as well, though, because in addition to the tension penalty, there's also the big elephant in the room, which is the fact that Setchi is without burst on possibly a winning round for either side. And for Zone, all it takes is one good burst to just deprive that momentum. But that burst has been scouted well in advance by Setchi. But we come back to this little elephant in the room where a lot of Setchi's big moments, a lot of these punishes that have been awarded to them haven't really been major in punishing Son and deterring Son from making these decisions at all. Tap dust is gonna land. We do have enough to be able to get the kill, but will it kill here? And the Amorphous does take us to another game 5, man. 2 sets back to back. My contractual obligation is being met by the day.
It's definitely very scary for I think anybody if they're kind of missing out on their major punishes post burst bait. But in general, right, so long as you can get some kind of knockdown rolling, right, you're not caught too deep in a very, let's say, expensive combo piece that when whiffed can lead to a disastrous turn of events, it should generally be all right, right? Like, you're kind of losing out on a damage race, but nevertheless, if you're confident in securing these hits, which a character like Zato will have no trouble finding these hits, right? It's ultimately not going to be too big of a deal, just a matter of, like, just the race and overall mental momentum that you don't want to be losing out, but kind of looking a little choppy here, it seems.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, returning to that point, the thing that looks really problematic as well, though, when it comes to the punish game from both sides as well, when you see the difference of when you have the difference of like what are you getting for your punishes off of major punishes as well. Setchi has been caught out like doing very minimal punishes, especially without Eddie, often in a lot of his situations where Son, when afforded that same kind of probability, has been able to cash in on some major reward, regardless of if we go to a reset or not. That's the kind of thing that you got to be worried about if you're Setchi. You're getting these hits, but you're not getting the hits you need and the hits you deserve. But Son, Setchi is trying to defend up and tighten up really badly, but the connection's starting to really fall apart as we go further and further along.
They really couldn't afford some buffs to the connection, it seems, but both players just kind of waiting it out. We'll see what their decision is going to be made towards the end. Son taking an opportunity to just, I see, typing it out. Yeah, they're calling for a cancel here, as this is not the way to move forward, especially you need to be able to ride the momentum of solid plays. If it constantly just gets hampered out and you're going to have to take a moment to pause, right, it's just a mental reset as well as a concession of the screen space and pressure that you just can't really reestablish once both players think like, okay, I think the connection is stable enough to resume.
Yeah, right now we're gonna take a rain check on this match in particular. We definitely don't want this to affect the longevity of the set. And you know, the set is going really well. Everything is going perfectly well, and then all of a sudden Strive Earth is starting to really kick up and really hurt the quality of the set. But luckily we are gonna start over from scratch. So we are gonna do a redo, maybe see if we can try and fix this so that way everybody is good to go. So we're just going to try and see how we can fix this up. But as far as everything is going on that, though, how are you feeling about the set? Because there was a lot of big moments about these two players. These two are really going well into each other, establishing their game plan. But I do notice there's a lot of very reset-oriented game styles that these two are often leaning towards. But I think Son really is opting for a lot of these off of the small hit confirms that you were mentioning earlier.
It entirely depends on how the players feel about it, right? Like if you like, it's definitely a playstyle you can delve into where you concede a lot of consistent damage just to go for high reward cash out or for higher reward stray hits, right? Because like if you're able to just get a lot of far slash and heavy slashes in with no confirm after, it's going to do way more damage than any combo would. It's just a matter of like, are you going to get those? It's consistent enough. And for characters like Zato and possibly to an extent, right, with the right setups, Ramlethal, that shouldn't be all too much of a problem for them to achieve.
We use that burst aggressively to try and keep that corner, and we are going to snipe in the sky. Solid defense overall. A little bit of a missed space on that drunkard shard, but we are still here in this position. We still have to be very careful. Or drunkard shade, my fault. We do get the back throw, a little European classic. We do whiff the JP to go for strike throw, and we go from low to the flow on some limbo timing. Setchi now working with very minimal resources, and looks like the connection issues are starting to come back.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where, yeah, both players aren't happy with it. This is just one of those moments where unfortunately technology isn't always reliable. You at one moment it may simply just work, and another moment it simply may just not. This is why in the grim dark future everyone prays to their machines to make sure that randomness does not disturb consistency of what you expect to happen.
It is unfortunate too,
Yeah.
because we've been because like this may be a culminated as to an issue of these players. This might just accumulate as an issue of like just too many players in the servers as it currently stands, as that has been a common issue with Guilty Gear for years. Is that when a number of players, especially when it breaches over the tens of thousands, right? That's when the game starts to become really, really troubling with connection issues all across the board. So they did try and address this in some capacity, but in general, there obviously is a few things that they still have to like scrape by and fix up, but it really does happen to be a factor. And it kind of does make it difficult because in a region like this that honestly suffers from a lot of connection issues in a lot more cases than even an NA for the most part, it isn't helped by the fact that with these connection issues alongside things outside of their control, it does just make it harder for the players to be able to play this set out, because it's a really great set. It's a really fun time, but sometimes you just have to work with what's given to us, and what's given to us is just unfortunately not enough.
It's actually funny you mentioned that, because like considering sort of the internet quality that we have around like Eastern Europe, because for the most part they do lag a little bit behind on some of the infrastructural developments, but at the other hand, right, it creates its own opportunity. So where a lot of early adoption of internet infrastructure, right, copper cables, having to then replace it all with fiber optics, whereas countries that hopped on it late were just like, oh, what's the standard fiber optics? Cool, we got that straight off the rip. So sometimes they just end up with better quality internet than the West does.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like some countries unfortunately have to deal with the lackluster adjustments that were kind of denied to them because of the infrastructure and the way that it's set up. But you know, here's to hoping that things start to improve over the time, because we do live in the 21st century, and I believe that every country should be able to play without the restrictions of their lacking infrastructure, to be able to just enjoy this, because you have people in the Middle East, you have people in, you know, African regions, you have people in Asia, and hell, even in like miscellaneous
Oceania's
parts
a
of the
big
world.
one, right?
Oceania, especially.
Yeah.
Oceanus is like one of the most like horrific places when it comes to like trying to find a match, man. It is so difficult. But
I mean, you can only connect to OCE there, so I think was it Metallic Cake was the most recent one. There was a Tekken player beforehand who made a similar type of vent post where, you know, the only thing holding them back was literally the curse of being born in Australia.
yeah, which is unfortunate, because Metallic Cake, we saw Metallic Cake come out, do amazing things at Arc World Tour, and honestly was honestly the dark horse in my honest opinion about like the fan favorite. I think that they earned the level of respect that they got. They got fourth, but mind you, the sets that they did lose were all game fives, and they were against championship level players. I mean, Nitro being an Evo champion. You have Jack, who just recently at that point won Frosties in a very dominant fashion. You played against one of the most dominant players in North America and even internationally, and you took him to the brink.
Yeah. I mean, we again talking back about Metallic Cake event post, right? Explaining that they are a unique caliber of player, not only in the fact that, like, you know, we could see the results of all their efforts, but let alone the fact that understanding the accursed situation they find themselves in terms of, you know, the environment you have to develop yourself as a player, and taking opportunities to travel, right? Like you see them talk about going to Japan, going to other like nearer regions to Asia, to be able to just net play and get as many games in against high-level players within a week span, and to absorb all that information as much as possible. You almost actually wonder if Metallic Cake was born somewhere else, right, in maybe a more favorable region for finding high-level games, would they have still been able to do perform the same level, right? Would they have been better? Would they have been worse, considering that maybe, right, the the hunger for success has led them to really absorb every last bit of information they could from these limited games against top level players, right? Because sometimes you really only see this level of performance from somebody that truly hungers for it. And being in a very comfortable network region, you may see some people just slack a little bit, right, on that matter.
I mean, that could be the case, but like then again, you look at the regions where like some of the best players exist, and you start to question whether or not that ends up being the case. Because if you look at North America, especially it's just specifically if you look at just Jack regularly plays into some of the heaviest hitters that you can throw at him. He competes regularly at a major, where it's the influx of players that you can play against is on a regular basis is so much higher than anything that even you could probably see in Oceanus or even in multiple other countries within the EMEA sector or even miscellaneous sector. But
Yeah.
I still think that there is a argument to be had about that. The more limited your options, sometimes the hungrier some players can get because they try to find opportunity where most players would not have, and sometimes the lack of opportunity makes you want to be the first one to go. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna start something here. Sometimes it takes one person to make an entire difference, and I think Metallic Cake really did put Oceanus on their back, just on the virtue of really performing out of their mind. Because let's be real, that kid was doing absolutely amazing work, but I don't even think anyone expected Metallic Cake to go as deep and as aggressive into as many of the opponents that they had, especially and notably you had Andros, you had Jack, and then you had Nitro. And they went so well into it. Hell, we even saw them do like arguably the de facto ENO in the world. Korea's own Daru Ino had an absolute horrible time into Metallic Cake, and Metallic Cake just really dethroned the de facto Ino, or at least put themselves on the same conversation. Now we live in a timeline where somebody was able to match not only in skill but in prowess and even overtake them. Like, that really goes to show that the hunger that Metallic Cake was able to provide is almost second to none when it comes to these areas that don't have the level of competition that is deserved.
Indeed. Well, we'll see if the hunger between these two players can get around Strive Earth moments. We've taken the time to quickly test through their connections, reset the lobby. Hopefully it's stable enough just to bring it through one final game. And already things are kicking off rather favorably here for Setchi, keeping Son trapped in the corner. The burst baited on top of that as well. And we are going to commit the meter to the Sun Point, right? Get that hard knockdown, sacrifice a bit of that meter gain off the positive bonus, but at least you have Eddie back on the table, which, as you know, means for at least a tensionless conversion, right? You still have to use your funny character.
We're crawling closer and closer to the wall. You already know the rule. You block one normal from Zata, and now you find yourself in a sticky situation, especially now that we got the damn thing. We're back to that Eddie gauge. We have 50 meter on deck, and we go with the high low, but you guessed incorrectly once more. But still, the barrage of Eddie is still not done. We're back to another situation of having to block Eddie offense.
Yeah, one last burst here just to try and challenge for at least trying to bring it down to a final round if possible. But as you can see, right, Setchi just taking the defensive position, utilizing the health advantage just to force Son to move forward, and with that, jumping clean overhead, baiting out what could have been a run-up throw, right? Son taking the bait, unfortunately throwing at the wrong time, and that is going to be Setchi closing out effectively the glorified 1-1 there. 3-2, but not the end that we've seen for Son, as they will be going down into the loser side, as we have our winners final settled with Soap Eater and Setchi, who are going to have to take quite a break before we get back to them.
Yeah, it is unfortunate too, because I could imagine that might have taken the wind out of Son's sails in an unfortunate circumstance, because we just tried to get that like maybe you got cold at the end there. You were playing consistent games, you had the adaptation period, but you gave your opponent so many chances to be able to just relax, chill, and just gather knowledge. It works both ends, but sometimes it hits certain players a lot harder than others. And for Setchi was already in it to win it from the get-go. And Son just wanted to close it out, and is a natural born winner in their own right. But unfortunately, that is how that there does come a point where like sometimes your adrenaline dump in these moments of peace and tranquility can just absolutely mess with your equilibrium and just overall throw you off your game. So we'll see how much that ends up coming to pass again in loser side, as Sohn definitely has a bit to think about moving forward. But we are going to have Tiger Pop, who is an Arco or like not Arco Tour, but a champion in their own right. You know, EVO France champion, like latest champion in EVO France, alongside you have Jikeshu Whatdemu for North America. You have a championship level player who is going to be hopping over to the Jam rather than the usual ABBA as well as Happy Chaos that we are really well accustomed to.
Yeah, I mean, ABBA I can understand, who has been effectively shotgunned in the kneecaps, but with Happy Chaos, I don't know if it's just out of their own volition, right? The character currently facing actual bracket bans due to some interactions not intended by ArcSys. Or it's like I'm just fancying a little bit of a change, right? Play a jam, get that pocket rolling. Tiger is known for liking to switch it up sometimes in big tournaments.
Yeah, Tiger Pop is someone who loves to like expand upon the knowledge that they have, has played a plethora of characters. I mean, we've seen like SaltyEUs that Soap Eater was in, where we saw Johnny being represented, we saw Kai being represented, we saw multiple other characters being represented overall. So I wouldn't put it past Tiger Pop to really expand upon the horizons of the characters that they've played before, but now we're seeing the Jam. We're seeing how lethal this character can be, but so far Neøs is bringing back All Reliable with that reset off of the new back turn jump cancel.
Big counter hit, no pickup unfortunately, but nevertheless, Tiger Pop trapped in the corner, trying to dash away, but unfortunately the interaction not going in Tiger Pop's favor there. Neøs able to clutch out that first round all the while serving that burst gauge here, so pretty advantageous position. Immediately flag kicking through the puffball, not letting any of that rock, just fireball harassment, and we keep finding these stray hits. Now it's only a matter of time for that big confirm leading to the back turn stance. However, it is going to be the first major hit going the way of Tiger Pop. Good blocks and overhead, gets a little angsty and decides to just burst, create a little bit of space behind the heavy boom.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of the early set of how Tiger Pop is going to be playing. You see a lot of that split kick. They're using the rTsuku. We now stock up with the card and we try to send it out again, wasting the card and getting caught by the Blitz Slog. And worst of all, now we're going to be going through the wall for that easy pickup for Neøs to start things off with that first game on deck. But you do look at what Tiger Pop is doing consistently there, just trying to implement that advancing rTsuku constantly to really harass with these lows, because it looks like such an it really looks like it's such an ambiguous low. It's hard to tell because it goes into the air, elevates, and then drops down, and you could do it from the top rope. So it's just beyond difficult to react to. And then you see the use of the command dash, trying to use it to close and break. It's trying to trip up Neøs in the neutral game.
Jumping low, man, but here we go. Already Neøs starting off things with some of the longer range pokes, but does concede over pretty quickly. Nevertheless, finds the just moment to strike, conceding to the instant guard there, but finds the punish on the back throw attempt. There we kind of going back and forth. You see the RC, the brick blocks on the overhead, but nevertheless, in transition to the back turn stance. Tiger Pop trapped to the corner. Back to the regular. Unfortunately, being able to get the run through, no throw to contest. Get the wall splash straight into the super, not gonna be enough to kill just yet. Sacrificing some of that meter gain here, but the hard knockdown is secured.
Using that AB to keep the distance, to be able to go for a punish of sorts. We use that Lariat finally, just dash blocking in, trying to get out of the corner. And finally, we get that Ryujin to pop on out. And this time we get the setup. We finally get all three stocks. Unfortunately, Tiger Pop's greed is going to be handed back to them as Neøs is back to taking the lead once more.
Another flash kick rip. Always got to represent that RPS, right? Definitely catch your opponent second guessing on their own pressure if they're concerned for just seeing the DP come out. Excellent IBs there, making sure that Neøs doesn't go too far away from the punish range. Throw tech after the plus frames, trying to challenge, see maybe to catch Tiger Pop on an aggressive approach, but nevertheless, patience playing out. However, unfazed by the IB, still rocks it forward, and ultimately Tiger Pop has to commit to a more extreme measure here just to get a breakthrough from Neøs' onslaught. connecting here, bring it to the wall. Unfortunately, no splat just yet. The PRC, they might have just miscalculated that range ever so slightly. But the challenge here, Neøs not left to be undone, and a big whiff there. Feels the momentum here. This is the burst just to conserve. Red RC puts the damage forward. Big cash out. This is going to be enough at the tail end. It will do, and Neøs secures a significant lead here, 2-0.
Yeah, from the very little we've seen of the various different special moves, right? We've seen a little bit of the Hyappo, the puffball, as colloquially known. We've seen a lot more. We've seen a lot more of the Ryujin from time to time, but it feels like Tiger Pop obviously dipping their toes, trying to figure out new ways to play the game. We have yet to see really much of what Jam is capable of doing, and honestly, that just goes to show that like the more that things do change, the more Leo White Fang reigns supreme. The king does not concern himself with patch notes. What are they gonna do? Not win?
The king of the jungle. Who is the king of the sea? Already starting things off. Good punish there, straight into the heavy flash kick. A little bit of shimmying action, but ultimately both players understanding the situation. Decides to just go for a more consistent, safe option to just leave the corner. But Neøs is right on the chase, not letting you go too far away from his pressure. And again, the 2K, the can is working out so beautifully. And the onslaught just never ends. A whole lot of meters. It should be the round, or at the very least, one final touch. No, it will do.
And all this happened off of stuffing out a dash up 2H from Tiger Pop. And Tiger Pop is becoming a lot more overzealous. You know, you're seeing a lot more, you know, antsy play styles from Tiger Pop, which normally Tiger Pop loves to be a lot more passive to kind of analyzing the game. But with a character like Jam, who is a purebred rushdown character with guaranteed mix, you can't just run away into just guaranteeing a whiff punish. You have to play around your opponent's character. You have to be able to whiff punish accordingly. And Jam, having some of the stubbier buttons in the game really does become more difficult as you rely more on your special moves to get these punishes in a lot more tricky places.
Give Tiger Pop a bit of the benefit of the doubt. Also so early in the patch, especially with his new character, that it may well just be worth it to play overly aggressive just to find the limits early on, right? Rather than taking a more defensive approach. Because compared to their expertise on the likes of ABBA or Happy Chaos.
Of course, yeah.
Right, they definitely know the limits. Where is it right to challenge, where it isn't. So now, especially against these high-level caliber players who you can guarantee are going to run some very, very immaculate pressure, to just try and feel it out with Jam, see where the weak points are that you may be able to slip by. And you know, that does come at the cost, of course, from somebody like Neøs completely running over with momentum and taking a clean 3-0.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due, man. Like, you could have easily picked up a character you were more familiar with, but obviously wanting to really expand upon the knowledge of the character you're playing, try and honestly not shying away from testing it in an environment that absolutely requires and demands precision and just absolute willingness to commit to your options. You have to be willing to do that into the caliber of players you have tonight. So I don't blame Tiger Pop for even giving themselves an opportunity to be able to do that, especially when the impression that I have of Jam, if it's as correct as many people say, this character could feasibly be one of the strongest names to really play with. But in speaking about that, I'd like to thank Tiger Pop for the raid of 110. Thank you all for joining us here in SaltyEU 167. My name is Sir Kappa. I am joined today by Yucker. Our dynamic duo partnership continues to thrive as we strive.
All people tapping in, just a quick reminder, we do have 2 match Reno codes left to be claimed, so I don't, you know, not all at once now, right? Make sure to just
single
line
file
up and yeah, line up, you know, in an orderly fashion just to claim the last 2. And for anybody that missed out, we can definitely get you sorted next week with a fresh set of match Reno codes. Just make sure to clear these out as we celebrate the big 2.0, and as well as a lot of returning names and top level players, especially the likes of Scarf and Blazobs, who even managed to stick around during the twilight moments of the previous patch, right, rocking it out to the very end instead of taking a more of a reprieve approach that some people thought, like, you know what, I don't really vibe with this, I'm just going to come back when 2.0 drops.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players did that, and, you know, Kurt, like, you know, kudos to them. They wanted to take a moment to just kind of relax, and some characters just didn't feel right. But here with 2.0, it's too early into the meta to start saying anything. We got to pick up where we left off, and we got to see what's different, what's new, play with our new toys, and just kind of adjust accordingly, because the meta hasn't even been defined yet. We're still trying to figure out what the best place to go forward is.
Yeah, especially we can see, right, Potemkin was one of those characters to take a major hit in the patch, but we see the real ones, right, still sticking on the character that they genuinely do love despite the state that they're in, right? They had their moment in the sun, and now it's time to put a bit of work in. But as always, you can imagine that this Potemkin character surely does do a ton of damage, especially against somebody as squishy as Chipp, who, you know, that being the main trade-off for being able to do all that we see here, the constant left and rights, and also all that extra damage you're able to get from setting up the rope, which has also been receiving a shorter duration of active frames, as well as reduced damage overall across the wall, cling, and rope normals.
And if you also talk about like tension penalty and whatnot, right, or even the ability to just do things, one of the biggest components of why positive bonus loops were really, really volatile as we addressed this counter hit 6H on the missed deflect shield, like, you know, Bonky Misai, obviously one of the biggest components of like Chipp gameplay, where you were constantly going into these snowball situations off the wall break. You can't do that anymore now as Chipp, or as any other character for that matter. So Scarf is going to have to really adjust himself accordingly, and we go for the DP to beat out the Heavenly Potemkin Buster. Really cutting it close there, but genuinely saving themselves at the nick of time.
To quote the previous Chipp commentator Link here, that Scarf is a bit of a nerd in the sense that his reactions are definitely very, very on point when it comes to utilizing that DP, especially into the likes of Potemkin, being able to react to the armor hit and just throw one out just to, you know, get through that last one and definitely make sure that Potemkin is going to get the juicy counter hit punish that they're fishing for.
It is really difficult to really maintain the level of composure that you need, especially because one Heavenly can genuinely change the landscape of how the game is ran, and even more so can often mess with the mental game plan and equilibrium of a player on the opposite end. But Scarfed obviously really performed stellar in that first game, but this is where things start to really kind of show its rear and its ugly head. Blazobs getting DP'd right on now. The beta blade puts us in a really good position, and with the speed that we have, we can close in on the gap immediately afterwards into forcing that burst out from the Potemkin.
Blocks here, nice patience, gonna get a clean punish on top of it. Look at the corner, not able to get the wall splat just yet, get the RC, and that should be a coast to coast, right, very near to it. The wall splat at the end, go for the soft knockdown here, trying to get that positive meter bonus build up. And the extra tension on the table just to make sure that the final mix is blind in the 5P, hidden from behind. Straight into the Suns and Rogue. Is it going to be enough? Nevertheless, has that 50 to back it up and find the final touch if need be. But there are the red clouds. And Scarf still, as always, maintaining a strong lead and solid composure.
You have to have composure, man. Historically, this matchup has always been volatile no matter who you're playing. Usually a 9-1 on either side, but obviously Strive is an entirely new generation of tactics and gameplay loops. So one thing is for sure, the moment one gets started, the other has to follow behind very quickly, otherwise it's curtains.
See just the aggressive play here from Blazobs, already getting one simple touch. The OTG not enough to do it, but the pixel health here for Scarf is going to ask for a miracle to make this comeback happen. With an excellent IB, it's going to set up beautifully for the 5P punish, as we're going to take it to a round apiece for both players. Blazobs aiming to tie up the set, where Scarf looks to take the lead and already starting off things quite nicely with a counter hit straight in the corner. We can set up some of this blinding pressure and potent mix.
Using that clone to just reset the offense. We use that PRC. Now there is a little bit of scaling you got to be worried about if you're Chipp, but it should be gone right about now. We're gonna go straight into the overhead just immediately after the entire situation, so that way we can just keep our momentum going, really saving that meter for a rainy day, using that tightrope to escape from the slide head threat.
Unfortunately, can't represent that too freely. The RC and overhead for the confirm, just pushing on forward. One last red RC to see if Blazobs would maybe burst, but we see big patience. Impressive gamble, unfortunately not paying off too well, as the final two touches come way too fast to react. And that's maybe something that Blazobs might regret, but nevertheless, you can sleep comfortably knowing you'll have the burst saved for the next game.
A lot more cutthroat, but even from the little we've seen, right? From the little we've seen in the last week and a half, a lot healthier, man. A lot more neutral interactions. This is the kind of stuff that I imagine that they wanted to do for Season 4, but just ultimately missed the mark by a country mile. But here we see a lot more of this, even a lot of the cases where like a lot of the scaling, a lot of the paration, a lot of lunging moves, a lot of high lows. No longer do we have the paration that we have, the launch height that we have, and even more so, you're starting to see a lot more wall breaks into neutral as opposed to the hard knockdowns that we used to be able to snowball with.
Yeah, this was slightly less momentum, but even a proration, sometimes you do just get a really big juicy hit and immediately just takes away a ton of health here. And that's definitely a very pleasant change to see, right? The Gigantor not traveling all the way across the screen. You do have to be very careful when you deploy it. Scarf not persuaded by the early damage here for Blazobs to secure the first wall break. An interesting PRC attempt, but didn't quite pan out. Blazobs closing out the round, looking to put at least one on the board, right? Get a dead thing.
We're seeing a lot more of the 6H, right? With that buff, that move also having forward momentum, as well as, I believe, increased active frames. You're seeing a lot more usage of that button as a poke, and honestly, as a hard call out, just because of the reward of it on counter hit, or even on hit generally speaking. You just close the distance, you get your stuff, and honestly, it's been doing a number of things for Blazobs in the neutral game, as they're just trying to poke out safely into this very fast-paced ninja.
Yeah, this is kind of the situation that Blazobs is fishing for. Getting these early hits in means now, with the life advantage, he can be the hulking menace that he always wants to be, right? Powering over and slowly walking you down to the corner, making you overcommit on some of these options, just prying for the reactions and getting those punishes in. Blazobs does put a game on the board. It's going to be a long way up, though, to try and actually take the set, which all the time is going to be an opportunity for Scarf to just gather more information and readapt to the new options that Blazobs might be representing. The important one, of course, as always, it sounds so simple, but it's the hardest one to pull off, is don't concede the life lead to the likes of Potemkin.
You definitely don't want to, and especially because you're a character who's as frail as genuinely glass. You gotta be super on top of your own self-preservation while still maintaining the offensive while you can, because Blazobs thus far hasn't really taken too many risks, has really kept it tight-knit, which is usually outside of the realm of most Potemkin players, who oftentimes really like to gamble with their health bars, really like to take risks here and there because they have the character that can be afforded that opportunity. But so far, Scarf able to get that strike throw situation set up once more, stacking with the 2S into the 5 into the 2H, and now we just keep that corner. Again, back to what I was mentioning, not wanting to choose the wall break, instead wanting to keep positional advantage.
A positional advantage, using the momentum burst there just to ensure that Blazobs doesn't leave the corner, and this time we're going to dip into the tension usage here just to secure that hard knockdown. We're still rocking on 15 meter and getting a little bit back off the positive meter bonus, but Deflect Shield is going to set up, but unfortunately the wall bounce launches Scarf right overhead, so that is not the combo extension that Blazobs was fishing for. The 6P anti-air here should be enough off the RC for Scarf to put himself on set point here over Blazobs.
And Blazobs, right, you've seen very, very tight-knit play. I would honestly say this is like very similar to the way that I see a lot of Japanese players really play into the likes of like maybe Seoul and maybe even Kai. But we're seeing a lot of that being represented into Potemkin of all characters, really wanting to keep it simple, keep it tightly knit, and honestly very structurally sound, which is lending itself very well, but it oftentimes leaves Scarf open to just be able to run game as he has thus far.
Times we just see a Potemkin round come out, so that's always a possibility, something that Scarf has to be keenly aware of. In the backdash, able to avoid the throw, trying to bait the burst, but it comes out a little later. Scarf getting away very fortuitously there, trying to do what he can to make sure that Blazobs can escape from the corner, but this time not able to get the reactions on deck, losing a lot of stray health due to crazy hits. YRC one final gambit to get a bit of control, and that is a supreme bait on the final panic option for Blazobs to secure the final game situation.
Blazobs has been notably chasing every possible gap check that you have at his disposal, so I don't blame Scarf for even attempting a DP, especially a wild beta blade like he did. But obviously there comes a point where you see an option represented so many times that either ends up being a pattern or it ends up being a mental stack, as you know, you set up the possibility of just, you know, conditioning your opponent into believing that's always going to be the case. And Scarf often hesitated because of this, but when you see it enough times when the pressure is on and you're that close to victory, the best thing to do is just to do the thing that you feel works, and Blazobs really capitalized on that conditioning that he's been doing all set long.
See if it all comes to a close here with one of these players taking it over the other. pushing on forward. Unfortunately, trying to get the run-up throw. Blazobs usually taking the opportunity to realize the distance is a bit too great for Scarf to actually get the confirm in the corner. Nevertheless, big counter hit, getting a lot of damage on the table, and that's enough for Blazobs to actually commit the burst. Hasn't used it to escape the corner just yet.
And especially if you got to keep in mind, right, that was a very, very preemptive 2D. And as Chipp, you would not really do that into Potemkin, especially with armor in tow, with Hammerfall. But now with the recent changes, right, you have a safer way to be able to poke into the character that has low recovery, low duration, and honestly really gives you a world of good on counter hit as well, thus giving him the situation that he has right now. He's going to go straight into that Zansei Roga. I would like to believe that this would kill, but I'm not entirely sure with Potemkin. But there goes the Red Clouds, the Typhoon comes in, and we get to see yet another case of set point here in Losers Top 8.
Goes to the burst on the table here. Blazobs started things off nice and early. Pretty solid play. At the same time, I'd imagine this is one that Scarf will be a little bit more reserved on the burst. As I stand corrected, definitely the point here, leaving in either a means to interact a little further to generate some of the burst gauge back, or just close it out here and now. But Blazobs, undeterred, could jump away from the close slash. Definitely a very scary late PRC situation off of the Garuda.
Going in for that run-up throw. The tightrope is still applied. We do utilize it to our advantage, and now the burst is played. Both players now working with no resources on hand, but there is the tension difference with Scarf. Obviously going to use that for the high-low. Now we built up on the 50. We caught the backdash multiple times. Scarf has been playing a very hit-and-run style, and it has finally paid off for Blazobs to be able to get the punish now. Set point for both sides. We're going to double Luigi yet again.
Indeed. Well, no, the interesting part, right, the burst econ, the surprising burst usage from Scarf, and the length of that final round, or the previous round, excuse me, has afforded a lot of that burst gauge returned to Scarf, utilizing this momentum with Blazobs having spent theirs a little later into the round, securing a lot of uninterruptible damage. But this is a major starter, confirming it into the heavily Potemkin busting. Shouldn't quite be killed yet, unless I'm here to be surprised by the Chipp health. Yeah,
no, not just yet.
This is a pretty dire spot, though.
I mean, if anything can happen in Guilty Gear is that a turnaround can be made within seconds, and with a character like this, as flashy and fast as he goes, there's only so many things you can do as Potemkin. But nice backdash caught by Scarf. We are going to go straight for that neutral wall break, but I'm starting to guess whether or not this is the smartest decision, because any one hit will do it here as we just wait out, staggering out, backdashing again. Now we have 100 meter on standby to pull from as we bait out the air throw, but we still have to deal with the situation at hand.
Goodness.
We're a lot closer here. Does he have enough to be able to route into the situation, or is he going to go for the reset? He goes for the ambiguous high-low, but he doesn't have enough to kill!
A pixel health here still, the burst. Gonna try and gold burst it, but and a movement from Blazobs just barely able to slip by in the JD. I don't know if he was prepared for that, or if that was a genuine no, it was a genuine punish. Oh my goodness. The final call out there from Blazobs, because definitely for Scarf, right, the burst was completely unusable besides that raw burst for the gold burst attempt. And Blazobs read it beautifully and got the exact punish required just to close that out, and that is, my goodness, yeah. But this is also further but kind of unfortunate for Blazobs, funnily enough, because the request was put in by Son earlier that he needed a little bit more time before a set, because normally we give Blazobs a break as we go to Son versus Neøs. But no, it was agreed upon earlier that whoever wins stays, and Blazobs having to make it through a cincher. I guess, yeah, he needs a minute, that's for sure. He definitely needs a minute, but he's hopping back into it.
I mean, when it was last pixel situation from both sides, I would be heartbroken too if I was Scarf, man. That is a hand, like, I put my literal face in my hands, bro. That honestly is the most tragic way to end. But we're gonna go back into the niceties of the tournament, but also we're gonna bring you back down to earth so that way you guys aren't all doom and gloom. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a couple of codes left in the match arena, so production could just throw it up for the one time and let people see where you can claim these puppies. So match arena, there's usually a code of 50. There's usually about 50 codes, but we are down to the final code, actually. So you could be that lucky number one to end it off for the night. All you got to do is log in with a login of your choice, claim a code, and we all profit internally. That all the money goes straight into the pockets of the players, and in addition to that, it also provides more opportunities for players to be able to compete for these cash prizes on a regular basis. If you, this should be. Yeah, it should be risk-free. And look at that. Now we have all the codes gone. If you do end up getting charged by any case for any reason, you can contact Matcherino. Matcherino will have you sorted, and you'll be able to have that money reimbursed to you within a moment's notice. So I hope you guys are happy with the competition tonight, because we have had one a hell of a tournament here in Top 8, as I've already met my contractual obligation more than enough times.
Or it's more like Salty met your contractual obligation. This is all extra bonuses, so
I get emotional pay for my investment here. As long as you keep the commentator entertained, I will glaze.
Alrighty then. So we'll see if Blazobs is able to also bring it back down to earth, because Amanita is for sure a very, very tough customer to deal with, especially what we've seen her put on display against Soapbeater, how fast these mix-ups can go. And I guess it just never ends for Blazobs, right? One mix-up character into the next.
Yeah, but the important thing here, though, is that the difference between one mix-up character to the other is that we're looking at a matchup that has always historically been, in this game, horrific at worst and mildly, like, just majorly infuriating at best. And for Blazobs, it's just another day in the office. Another speedster, I have to break their back open. And that is just as quickly as we started this conversation, is as quickly as the round was done. You met the chiropractor, and the chiropractor broke your back in half.
It's the day that Potemkin broke the back. We sent yet another pop buster, put them on the squat rack here. With stagger pressure, unfortunately catching a little too late, and active frames and the disjoint. The 5K of Doom just barely catching you when you least expected, and what a back throw. We are not going to be a victim to these turbo fast fall shenanigans here. Blazobs coming in swinging with a confident first game, and I guess maybe actually the high energies of playing against the previous speedster putting him in a pretty primed position to face off against the next speedster.
Hey, Blazobs here has the benefit of a greater matchup to really play into, but also just the fact that Amanita might also have to play around the fear of playing into a character like this, because one false move can really catch you at a moment's notice. And unlike Chipp, who has a lot of ambiguous ways to really approach from the ground to the air, which obviously Millia does have, he has the benefit of the ambiguous nature of the tightrope to add in addition to his aerial movement, and then also the DP to really fall back behind should a Heavenly be sent out. Millia doesn't have such a great time with these kinds of things, and honestly, neutral doesn't seem to favor Millia whatsoever as well, so you have to make good on any possible knockdown situation and loop that continuously.
Just trying to dance around now for the time being. Good extension from the top rope. Not to get punished for hitting a normal too high up in the air. Still, we need to find a significant hit here to try and turn the tides of this round, as you can see Amanita just kind of dancing around, understanding with the left hand he has. Oh dear, hold on. Which one do we go? Garuda.
Her box changes on that Artemis really do lend itself well with that 5P as well, that hits ever so high and so far horizontally for Potemkin. It was a great check, but now we're back to the wall. We try to go for that JH to catch with the hair car, but Amanita saves themselves, tightens up here, and just tries to find a whip punish where they can with that JS finally landing, but we still have to go for the reset as the confirm just drops.
Ooh, wasn't ready off the 5-piece to get the big punish they were looking for. Deflex shield, and just like that, you can see just the hurt on Potemkin's side. Couldn't even get to a special, but just that far slash heavy slash is enough to really send some of these characters packing, especially the squishy speedsters. 5K catching in that situation. Okay.
Oh, you try to play a -6 move into a character with a guaranteed 6 framer, dude. You got to be careful, especially with this little lady has very long legs.
See some kind of attempt there to fish for Potemkin, falling down from the heavily Potemkin buster, the close slash, throwing out some information, ultimately becoming a victim to the Bob Buster, trapped in the corner, but we do get a run up to K2D, getting up into the Vortex. Blazobs losing a couple times, but this is a very tanky giant with the IB behind it, sees the red explosion, cleanly whipped through his opponent, which it does mean the burst is coming, baits it out, and just like that, we're at 2-0.
It really was unfortunate. I don't know if you happen to notice that, but that drop on the 6H4 Amanita there Amanitas was trying to confirm into the wall break or even a setup there, but it accidentally crossed over to the opposite side, really ruined the whole confirm, and gave Blazobs that really important scramble opening, and gave us, honestly, the second point on the board, I would even like to say. Now Amanitas is working on a paper-thin run with all that lead going amazingly to Blazobs, but now we're going to go into the final stretch, what I believe would be the third game and possibly the final game if things are going by just as we've seen them.
Strength show already starting off with the first touch, but IBs definitely seen a lot more IBs than previous seasons. A very impressive display from everybody. Nonetheless, Amanita's trying to find an opening, gets a beautiful 6P, but man, keeps the hits rather scarce, especially some of the larger combos, which does mean for a character as tanky as Potemkin, you're gonna have to work a lot harder to just try and equalize the health difference. Although this is a very nice start to that.
And if, oh, nice use of the Mirage, great call out, and honestly, here's a receipt for your troubles, sir. You can't do that and expect Amanitas not to feel some type of way about it. 100 meter on deck, though, you gotta be very careful, but we get a nice run-up throw to beat out the Hammerfall check. Nicely done from Amanitas. Still life left in the young Millia.
Yeah, done. But that's a big counter hit here. A little back and forth. Significant amount of damage just off a simple confirm there, but ultimately the Kara Buster not finding its target. We're gonna send for the sky, but this time close enough for the close slash, still doesn't actually connect. So a nice little confirm for Amanita's like shield, just trying to push her away from an attempt at the turbo fall. Patience. Blazobs does need to find that next opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, it gets anti-air back in through the corner. We go. Yet again, Patience trying to block it out. Can't seem to find an anti-air or a response in general, just to claim back a bit of control.
Yeah, Amanitas looks a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident too. Has been absolutely playing that game a lot more tightly knit. As we try to use that PRC to save ourselves, we didn't really believe in the confirm, but nonetheless, it's all we need. Even with the PRC scaling, we're able to do the damage and do the business into the big man himself. Amanitas, she finds herself on the board.
Indeed, is this a sign for what's to come? Or has Amanitas been given enough information in one go? And now is it Blazobs' turn to receive similar, right? Because when you do come out swinging quite dominantly, it is hard for your opponent to give an opportunity, or it's your opponent's not given an opportunity to put themselves on display where you can really learn some of their habits and what they favor for piloting their way through this matchup. But you know, as you go 2 games up and they need to catch up 2 games, that's all the more room for you to analyze and observe and find a counter adaptation should it present itself. But we're going to go into the early burst instead here, as the momentum was already rather scary for Amanita's favor.
Yeah, because Amanitas, the big problem that Amanitas has been having is like Blazobs' reactionary checks have been absolutely pungent, to say the least. And honestly, it's a case of fear that you can see, obviously, rightfully so. Potemkin is a character you have to rightfully fear, especially on a matchup difference, as well as just a personal difference. There's a level of fear that comes with it, especially because one good call out like that will absolutely deter the mental. Blazobs on set point. Amanitas has to really call upon what ended up happening in the last game, because as it stands, that second win is starting to look like a dying gasp.
Yeah, nice delay there on the Lush Shaker. Blazobs does find a quick opportunity to find a few hits in there. Good mix off of the red RC, chipping away at his health, keeping him trapped in the corner. As always, though, you gotta ride the line here, because just like that, a quick punish into the close slash, a ton of damage to follow into the Heavenly Potemkin Buster. Truly, it shouldn't be enough, but as always, we can be surprised by some of the more PC characters to really just blow up in a moment's notice. As we see here, no chance for Amanitas to make a comeback at all, as it's going to be the 3-1 finish there for Blazobs with a very, very surprising amount of damage. Well, actually, not too surprising. It is.
I think we can both recognize that this is to be expected with Potemkin, especially against Millia Rage herself. But there was that little bit of hope that Amanitas was expecting to maybe get like a pixel, maybe a couple pixels here and there, to be able to at least survive the onslaught. Just that possible like faith and hope. Please let me live. But that's just the reality of Potemkin, man. The character, even with the so-called nerfs that a lot of the Potemkin players do have to really adjust to, which are very valid, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's still Potemkin in the modern day. And Potemkin, as it stands, is just as unhealthy this patch as he was last patch, if not a little less.
the honeymoon phase of just seeing a bunch of his interactions getting more frames and less damage starting to wear off, as yet again, right, the Potemkin players still making the top cut, kind of revealing the uncomfortable truth. It was not just the character. They're kind of nice like that. So we'll see if people, if there will be some growing pains as people better familiarize themselves with the patch, right, start to really find some counterplay angles into the Potemkin character, right, delve and understand this move, this matchup.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things that Potemkin has overall received a lot of nerfs in a lot of areas that were like very quality of life nerfs, right? Overall with the systems, he benefited very amazingly with the Blue Wild Assault changes, of being able to lock down people for a good while into just getting strike throw off of it, guaranteeing that pop buster. Grab PRC did hit him absolutely hard, because that was one of the biggest ways he was able to punish people who were able to up back or even able to backdash. He would be able to just kind of play around that option by using that PRC to be able to go with that for the pull punish. Now you can't do that, and even worse, you can only, like, if with PRC scaling, like the jump scare as we all know it, it's nowhere near the pungent punish as it was, as it would guarantee you about 175. It only guarantees you about 80, which, or even less than that depending on the character you play. So there's just a lot of things overall that he received a lot of net nerfs in a lot of areas that really benefited him. But he's still ever the imposing character he is. It's just that he's been toned and dialed back in a way that is a lot more contestable, especially if you're a character who relies upon lows. Hammerfall receiving that nerf really did change him in a way that people can now safely poke against him.
Close enough. Welcome back, Iron Tiger. But as with that, we are waiting on Son to appear, who still have to hear back from, as well, the ordering of the sets that we saw prior was due to Son requesting a moment, needing some time. Neøs is on the plate, as we're just gonna have to sit here and wait. Hopefully soon we'll be able to bear witness to the Leo versus Ramlethal matchup, right?
Whoa,
Definitely
while we're on the topic though, you know, because a lot of the things that 2.0 did provide, right? We have the opportunity to talk about that, and even more so, we have a lot of what to talk about when it comes to what Arc System have addressed recently with the new like, you know, unintended changes, the little itty bitty pieces here and there. And then there's just the possible other things they're going to do, because they are going to drop a further patch in May to be able to address some of the more pressing issues, especially with, you know, EVO Japan and the Happy Chaos Infinite. We don't know for sure if EVO Japan is going to let Happy Chaos rock, or if we're just going to go as per usual until May. So YoKai, how are you really feeling about like this current patch at this moment in time?
I still have to hop on it as the main thing, right? So I haven't really experienced it firsthand. There's been a lot of other stuff occupying my, some other priorities floating around. But as I hear and see from just the local scene, there definitely seems to be a lot of enthusiasm from the players regarding the patch, right? Despite the ongoing list of unintended interactions, nevertheless, right, a lot of people feeling like, yeah, Stripe is back. I got some people hopping on that have only really given the game the attention since season 1 or 2, saying like, okay, this is, I can vibe with this, right? Now we're starting to play maybe a real little fighting game. Dekno, you may be right. I will never stop shilling Blazblue, but like, we're, you know, time and place.
Hey, I mean, Blazblue's a great game. Like, don't get it twisted, right? I'm under the feel and hope that Blazblue Central Fiction gets a successor, and a successor that like people will enjoy. But obviously, not everyone is going to, you know, gel with and maybe even jive with. But I hope
not. I really hope not. Like,
I hope we get something that captures the magic of Central Fiction while also, you know, giving us something fresh. You know, I don't like the idea of like making the same game over and over and over again. I want them to get used to this stuff.
I mean, I think maybe, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like, you know, as it stands for like Arc System fighters, there's definitely a niche in a slot. Like, at most, I can understand for people that do really like the Blazblue story and the characters, that they would want the next thing. That for sure I understand, but I feel like Central Fiction is ultimately like the true encapsulation of the game and just the franchise and how it plays, that there really isn't a need for another. If anything, right, like if ArcSys ever does want to touch this game, like we could use with some quality of life changes to some of the stuff, like especially the training mode. It's fairly bare bones, and the people that working on the improvement mod are really doing like insane God's work to just force all sorts of current
Like they did with
features
Plus
into-
R.
Kind of. Like, it's still an overlay, right, rather than a native change. So I do hope that these guys get the opportunity to implement their things into the game itself. But, you know, without them, we wouldn't have things like the frame bar, like the replay takeover, as well as just an actual, like, mechanism to upload replays automatically and view them back inside the editor with rewind functionality. All of this done through an improvement mod. It's absolutely bonkers.
Well, now that we got all that out of the way, we'll get back on track to that, moment's notice, maybe at some point later in the tournament. But for now, we got to hop on the action that is before us today, as these players are going to be hopping in to try and qualify for top 4 here in the loser side, as Neøs and Sohn already trading blows, but it's going to be Sohn who really pulls the trigger first and gets the first wall break of the match.
The backdash there as well. We keep the momentum riding high, and Neøs surprisingly willing to challenge in this health position. Sometimes I'd imagine players would let it go, especially considering the lack of meter on Sohn's side. So there could be one more interaction, but now you're stuck in the corner, having to really ride the thin razor line between victory and defeat. Ultimately, the gambit does pay off slightly here. Able to have Sohn commit the burst in the round. Now it's just a matter of, like, if we can even get that final touch. But it's not going to be the case. The ultimate patience paying off there for Sohn, securing the round, but at, of course, the cost of a very late burst.
Yeah, but obviously that's going to be something that we really want to consider, right? Neøs really didn't represent a lot of that flash kick in the last time that they were on the stand. And for Sohn, it's going to be really tricky because Sohn really likes to play a lot of preemptive gambles here where they try to bait around the resources, try to bait around the flash kicks. But very little do we see Neøs really representing that overall, as we're seeing a lot more usage of the stagger game and really just getting into the head of Sohn. So it's gonna be a battle of mental stack, really.
Indeed, right? That's definitely the strongest functionality of a DP. You get the really immediate effect of it being able to blow through a lot of pressure and just the general game plan a lot of opponents have, but the RPS is able to develop against opponents, right? Just the second guessing of should I continue my pressure or not will allow for just some non-existent situations to actually go in Neøs' favor.
Oh, both players try to go JS to JS, but one button is way longer, and Neøs is unfortunately going to fall as that Ondo recovers so much faster, giving Sohn the opportunity to be able to get that preempt to 6P on that IED JH. Very solid work, but God, that could have been anyone's round.
Truly could, but I think it ultimately also came down to the fact that Leo unfortunately does have a bit of a trouble at securing these jump-ins, right? A lot of air horizontal moves or air-to-air normals, but nothing really for air-to-grounds that doesn't hit high enough, right? Like, maybe, like, consider that to something like, I don't really have a good example on mind, but somebody that definitely, like, hits a little bit more downwards, you could probably just barely tag before the upper body involved shifts, but as well, like, at the same time, right, the recovery of the rock could prove that all moot in the end.
All right, we do have the soft knockdown. We are on top of our opponent here, but great recognition from Neøs to just back off. They see that their opponent is going to tighten up and just waiting for an opportunity to just stagger in, as we do have that corner once more. Stagger with these 5Ps, and now able to jump on out with the Aggressor Ordana. We flip the script, and we get ourselves that burst to be spent early.
It could be just the MO for Neøs here, which, of course, the way he does like to scramble will eventually allow for opponents to be put in an uncomfortable position, just like that VRC, able to just push forward. Sadly, though, for Neøs, Tōkon is weak and wired. Eyes glued to the screen, able to get these fine reactions to secure these anti-airs. So, yet again, another burst gone to the ether, but nevertheless, right, Neøs able to build up a lot of burst gauge in the meantime. Beautiful stuff there by Sohn. Able to just keep a damper on Neøs, meticulously just working away against the character. But yet again, also Neøs implementing that 5P anti-air. Some stagger pressure, a lot of patience. Really want to find some mark, a couple of lows, and we're slowly starting to chip away. But there's the reversal. 2D stage dive.
Yo, honestly, we have a little thing in North America. We like to call it, like, if you do wake up 2D, and especially if you're in the corner, we like to call it the rotisserie. Very aptly created and honestly noted by our own Vinny Valor. But we're seeing a lot of that in EMEA, especially represented by Neøs. If you're going to be, sometimes when you're playing Leo Whiteman, you got to be a little bit deranged in the head.
Gotta play with the confidence. You know, I think he has pride with, well, not on this iteration, but he definitely had on Echo. The same metal plate that you find on the likes of Soul and Kai. He also had one with pride. You gotta play with your ego fully on your chest. Really make your opponent second guess themselves with some of this boisterous play that you throw at them. Again, Neøs is getting so close. He's keeping the momentum running. Look at that 5K just moving on forward past the rough, but now we're in a very strange position. Son does escape from the corner, baits out the reversal. The explosion is doing the punishing work for him and taking a solid lead in the set here, 2-0 so far.
It is so dominating the kind of game plan that Son represents here. You saw how Neøs was really playing into Tiger Pop in that other side of the bracket, but just really having a ball of a time whenever they just really go blow for blow here in the loser side. And it really goes to show you that there really is just levels to this.
Always levels to the madness. Let's see if Neøs, can find the right adjustment now, right? Get that exact quality of madness that he needs here to mount a comeback potentially, right? We're slowly starting to inch more and more into Neøs' favor, right? Starting off with a pretty bleak game 1, a little close into game 2. It's all uphill here now, having finally tapped into the methods of Son, or good old Son, making sure that this line of a character doesn't get started at all.
I love that use of the dash momentum too, to use that entire lariat to try and close the distance and really catch people sleeping at the wheel. People really find it difficult to punish, especially when you can barely see it. By the time it comes out, it's already too late, and it's very safe on block, so you cannot punish right away. But as far as everything is going, what do you need to punish? You just need to win. Son gets that corner, gets the entire Calvados, but still leaves a pixel on the table.
So I'm gonna go for the Hail Mary flash kicks, but just that big air to ground, denying Neøs an opportunity to try and make a comeback happen. Set point here for Son, no burst compared to that of Neøs. Will he be able to cinch this out, or can Neøs finally get a little bit of control going? So far struggling to find a jump out, ultimately just commits for a safe escape to be able to set Son in the corner instead. Now it's a matter of finding that major confirm to really kick off the momentum and the vortex of the back turn pressure.
Going high-low off of that situation, post RC, we do manage to steal the corner, and finally we knocked at Heaven's door, and the gates opened up, opening the floodgates for this possibility of a momentum swing, especially with this deficit really helping out in a time of need.
That extension is always fun, right? Just get that throw whiff in there to kill some time, ensure that you don't accidentally press something else, and also just to get that fast RC to rocket towards the ground. Both players with their burst available, but it's going to be Son kicking things off early here, just trying to play around the sword. Of course, a struggle for Leo is that he lacks the dish tolerance to really challenge some of these extended normals from Ramlethal, and you're going to see that Neøs is committing a lot of the times to just moving away from the corner situation to find another opportunity back in the mid-screen, but we're escorted to the other side of the screen yet again. Grab the corner, just trying to get that stanky leg to connect in some way. The RC to look for the extension. That is going to be possibly the final burst for Neøs here.
Yeah, but we do have 50 meter. I mean, if there's one thing that's always been a constant, is that tension is always the great equalizer. And now that we've got that win con, we try to go for the burst bait. We do get the catch. Now we're just close on being able to get another 50. Mortabata gets sent out. We tried to go for the rotisserie, but we built up another 50 to go for the cross up, using that burst aggressively to keep the corner now. And it's the 2S trade that is going to give us the victory over Neøs. Son comes out, gets a clean sweep of 3-0, but still very valiant performance from Neøs' own. From Neøs in general, NSxC's own.
But you can see how impactful something like just the constant usage of DPs was, right? Like that final bit of health, Son committing so much respect, right? To just sit back and observe what is Neøs going to do on the wake up. And you did see some quite some hectic options come out from him, understanding that he has cultivated this respect from his opponent, but even in that final situation, just like the stare down from one another, not either really wanting to commit forward, especially for Son, despite the life advantage, understanding that should Neøs get himself a really, really nice knockdown that allows him to freely transition into that back turn stance, it could spell doom for that entire game, right? And one game is going to mean an opportunity for the next and thereafter, and that might be just the thing that Neøs needs to get the ball rolling. Unfortunately, though, not our timeline.
Not the timeline that you want to be in, but still, we are here to keep the ball rolling. We are not here to slow down, not one bit. The action never stops, and neither do we. So let's take a look at who we got coming up, as we have winner's side with Soap Eater going up against Setchi. It's going to be the return of the natural born gambler. Coming back into the fray, but they're going to be coming up against one of the best, if not the best, to do it on Zato, especially in the EMEA district.
Yeah, this plays out, because it's going to be tricky for Setchi, I imagine, to just freely get Eddie rolling. Just the range that Johnny can play at, it's very easy for him to contest a lot of these setup situations. So maybe Setchi just tries to strive for a lot more opposes, possibly trying to catch Johnny in some of the longer recovery portions, and just kind of like, because that's the main thing you want to catch Johnny, right? Is the commit of some of the longer normals that he has, that if they go whiffed, they can afford quite a grand opportunity to the opponent, either a straight up punish or just being able to advance on forward for him. And for Zato, that does also mean setup of Eddie, right? Where after, when you put Johnny into this pressure, not a lot of options to be able to escape from it besides just system mechanics and that 50-meter reversal, which I believe you no longer can PRC. So that's that if Setchi gets the bait.
And even more so, the big thing that always is problematic about this character, right, is that you cannot round start very effectively. Normally, Zato would just be able to kind of use his 2S or even at times even far slash to be able to start things off, but Soap Eater has the benefit of not only one of the best far slashes in the game, but also probably one of the best in class 2S's in the game as well, as it also just hits extremely far horizontally. But Setchi doesn't concern themselves at all with that. We are going to be running on through, and we are going to be moving on into the corner as we set up yet another situation where looping offense is a must.
And there it is, just trying to break away from the situation. Does work out relatively well here for Soap Eater, right? No major punish on the side from Setchi. And just like that, you can see, right, the tricky part of actually setting up the Eddie, as you mentioned, right? Some really premier range to be able to play around does mean that Setchi just needs to ensure you get that first touch and you ride that momentum all the way to the bank, Evil Empire style.
Cash it all in while you still got it. This is a use it or lose it type of game, and you cannot afford to be frugal in the times of distress, because this is what it takes to be able to get to the top cut, especially to preserve winner's side. You want that winner's side advantage, especially with an extra set on hand. You can do whatever you need and do what you must. Doing up the oppose, like you mentioned earlier, Yucker. We're going to throw out that Joker trick, but we're able to block out just in time, but all Eddie just has to wait a while before he comes back. And just as I speak, there he is. We just need to find a moment to use him.
Yeah, you can definitely observe the priority that Soap Eater is putting out there to ensure that Eddie is able to play for free without at least being protected in some manner or shape, right? And with the Joker trick, just the screen freeze, ensuring that the card throwing out does delete Eddie off the screen, putting Zato at just half a character position, which is just the prime position for Soap Eater to rain down with these longer range normals and unrelenting pressure. But we find that 2S moment just there to challenge, sliding on forward. Great call out there with misfire, and Soap Eater able to recover a round here, bringing it into the final round situation. Look at that, game 1 already.
And you saw it break the law, right? You're going to vanish into dark, and you try to use that to close the distance, especially because you can't really poke against it. You just got to wait for Zato to come back up. Tap Dust does come up, and we do manage to preserve a lot of the Eddie gauge to try and true string into a lot of these situations and make it very difficult for Soap Eater to play around. And I think that the game plan here is to not loop resources, but to use the resources itself to just keep that lockdown rolling, because one bad slip up against Soap Eater, and that could be curtains.
Absolutely. You can see there's going to really be quite a hairy position. The pressure is all very, very respectful of the options from Soap Eater while that Eddie is disabled. So that is the line that Setchi has to ride, right? Is that so long as he has the Eddie gauge, you can really, really just put an unrelenting amount of pressure against Soap Eater, making it a very, very thin line to slip away from. But then, of course, when without the Eddie gauge, you do become a very weakened character. So when Soap Eater does manage to secure her turn, this is doom and gloom for Setchi. And even if Setchi does have that pressure without Eddie gauge, it's still something that they have to be very, very considerate of what options they're throwing out. Just one bad call, and like you said, lights out.
Tap Dust, we're seeing a lot more solid defense. We're gonna double dip, but still not gonna work out. Finally, Soap Eater gets that moment of reprieve, but the Gold Burst turns things around on a dime. And once more, Soap Eater, the more they try to fight out, the more you start to see resistance on the side of Setchi. Setchi starting to kick it up to 11 on the dial.
Obstacle for the non-hard knockdown, something like the Amogus. It's gonna be the free Eddie deploy. Using the oppose just to try and trap him into the corner, but I think ultimately dipping a little too deep into the Eddie gauge there, which, as you can see, does mean that Setchi has to concede. Excellent PRC, just be able to be safe off of the invite held, not getting caught out by the Joker trick. Just like that, that final touch will put Setchi yet again in a lead position, trying to secure that game 2 over Soap Eater, but letting it rip on the bounce start with that 6K.
Trying to go in for the vault deal. We're trying to especially use that forward momentum off of every single move we have in our disposal to just try and close the distance and get a positional advantage over our opponent here. But Setchi concerns themselves not with your forward momentum, instead is more concerned about just isolating one section of the screen and keeping you there for the rest of the game.
You can just see the constant use of oppose, right? Like, should Soap Eater try to challenge against Setchi with some of the longer range normals, oppose is right there to ensure that hit is soaked up. Setchi is safe to just keep the party going. Coming up crazy mix here, but this is a pretty rough wall break as you have a lot of Edgy gauge to recover. The invite held, creating a brief opportunity, dipping into the PRC. The shimmy on the close side to get the punish. It's just not enough to finish the play just yet. However, the card not securing the guard crush or the pickup. Setchi down. Pretty okay spot despite being trapped in the corner, and we find the 2S punish there. Setchi taking the lead 2-0.
Setchi. Ever the dark horse you are, you find a way to put down what is seemingly a returning force to the scene. A scary implication to say the least, but still, the man from Wales does put on a show and does want people to recognize the potency that Zato-1 brings to the table under the right circumstances. Soap Eater falling behind very, very closely to the loser side, but the set is not over just yet. There's still some fight left in the young gambler, and she's still holding down the fort for the meantime, but Setchi's just proving too overwhelming a force to really contest against.
Yeah, you can see sometimes just playing against the better intuition of Soap Eater, where you see the Eddie, you want to try and just mash on it to make sure that the creature disappears, but instead, rocking with the oppose right in her face, just at a distance, able to set up for that punish, just rocking in nice and safe. See with the life lead, right? Just trying to play from afar, sliding forward a little bit Eddie gauge, but ultimately just running out, having to concede away, and this is the moment for Soap Eater to strike, try to set up something running here, but flips away the float. Very difficult to get that punish going, and I think one more hit, Soap Eater hits the YRC, most likely going to hang on to that burst. Players just trading away at one another, slight life in for Soap Eater, but oh, this is a bit of a disaster there, trying to get the final Hail Mary burst, but just Eddie allowing for a non-committal pressure from Setchi means that the burst was baited, and this is an excellent position to already start things off. A nice bit of momentum trapped in the corner with the burst available, should things go a little bit sour. Right? Burst them right back into their course of path. And the momentum is mine to keep.
Using that deflect shield to put a little bit of distance away, but it does nothing. Not when Setchi is on the prowl. And even worst of all, with positive bonus rolling on through, 50 meters already afforded to us. That just gives us every opportunity under the sun. And the staggered close slashes are going to hit right on the money. And even best of all, 7 golden letters are going to be given to Setchi. So 3-0, clean sweep. Honestly, one of the most dominant performances I've seen into Soap Eater in a very long time. I mean, still, wearing off the rust is a very big one, and Soap Eater hasn't been around for some time, but mind you, it takes a certain level of player to be able to get as far as she did and she still went toe-to-toe with the best of them.
It is definitely a very tricky one for Johnny to also pilot against, right? Like we talked about it at the beginning, that the character is all about getting that early control thanks to his range, but in this case, right, Setchi understood the assignment, knew what Soap Reader was looking for, right? How she would want to be able to just get that first touch and get the card vortex rolling, and was rarely given that opportunity. And even then, right, was cognizant of the resources available to Soap Eater to be able to play around them, right? Baiting the bursts, sitting cool, getting these YRCs baited, occasionally a slip up here and there, but by that point, right, just a significant life lead that Setchi was able to develop meant that he was in a much more comfortable position, could take a more laid back approach to call out the approach from Soap Eater and in his own time regenerate that edgy cage to once again kick off the unrelenting, unopposable pressure.
It really was just an like an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, but unfortunately that immovable object was moved from point A to point B to point C without any trouble at all, which that just really goes to show you the level of prowess a player of Setchi's caliber brings to the table. But we're gonna have to move on from one player to the next two. We have loser semifinals. Both these players are going to try and go into toe-to-toe to see who's going to have the option of having a fight against Soap Eater. And from what I could tell, Sown has been on an absolute tear, and Blazobs not looking too bad themselves, but the difference of mental opinion is that Blazobs had to play a lot more readily, where Sown has had ample rest and has had a very dominant performance into Neøs. So Sown has a lot to really maintain, while Blazob's gonna have to really work with the last remnants of whatever stamina is left over.
Who knows? That's exactly what Blazobs needs, right? Just the constant high octane back-to-back matches, and then pause between them is ultimately his downfall. But he's kicking things off pretty solid here, getting a lot of early damage. So with the contest from Zon, he's able to swap places. Gotta be careful of these trades, however. The nature of Potemkin is far harder than any other. So the race to the bottom is, of course, going to be one. Well, actually, in this case, kind of lost, funnily enough. IV sets the back throw punish. Deflect shield trying to create a little bit of space. Does do so in the end. Blazobs actively find a way through the defense situation. Tap dust confirmed into the RC. And looking rather brawling between these two. Although, more just the way these trades do end up going between these two, it is always going to roll in Blazob's favor with these hits. Because again, Potemkin damage a lot higher.
Very, very high, especially when you see the net return that getting a hit confirm can get you when you route into 5H. Oftentimes, it's always going to be Potemkin who comes out on top in these exchanges, but you got to remember, neutral, as strong as it is for Potemkin, especially in this patch in particular, the reward that Ramlethal has, she has best in class range when it comes to these kind of buttons that she has, especially into Potemkin, who has so many ways he has to play around them. He has the hammer fall, he has the slide hit where he tries to get the knockdown, but you have a player who is so well-rounded. Sown is just doing an amazing job of just really forcing Blazobs to take an approach that he normally would not go for under normal circumstances. As we get this tap dust into the wall break, round number 3 commences.
I think in Blazob's case as well, you can see that he's very focused on being the hulking giant that slowly walks you towards the corner. Whereas, okay, that's what I was about to suggest. Is like, maybe could try to play a little bit more for flicks here, and definitely starting to get a bit better on the reaction and timings, that things like rocks aren't going to get on the free pressure that he's aiming for. Especially the same can go for some of these sword sets as well, right? When you shoot that sword forward, Blazobs can't respond with a flick and immediately say, no, this is my projectile, this is my pressure.
Yeah, and I think that you talked about like a lot of the things that Potemkin really just capable of doing, but also like we were talking about Flick just a second ago. Flick overall, we'll get to that in a second, because actually I gotta get to this point. We got that hard knockdown off the Mortabato. Sown can really just go for a simple strike throw, and I definitely called in advance. I've seen these sequences more than enough times, and we're gonna RC to extend off the Daro to give ourselves that victory.
Yeah, definitely going to be a death by 1,000 cuts approach, mainly just because of how tanky Potemkin is to be able to just soak up so many more hits, which of course affords him more opportunities to gamble. It's the nature of the grappler style. And of course, some of the hit that Ramlethal has taken in this current patch to her conversions means that Son is going to have to get a lot more comfortable, which is constantly finding these stray openings that lead to not the craziest amount of damage, but just try to be with it.
Now, back to the neutral game, right? We talk about tools disparity, but Flick, and even obviously you mentioned Gigantic Eye a while back ago. I love what they've done with the idea of like give them potent options, but do not give the liberties to be able to abuse it in every single range, which is something that Potemkin was very capable of doing. But now with the new changes, with that active frames being so limited by comparison, and even Flick having a duration timer as well, you have to be a lot more careful. And I think that lends itself very well to Blazobs, who's been really tightly knit on making sure that he doesn't have to overextend himself whatsoever, and just doing a fantastic job of playing into it in game number 2. Son has had little input in that entire round.
It can strike you when you least expect it. A Potemkin round right around the corner, big counter hit, and smartly so, a burst from Son to not suffer too much damage. Right, life is a very important resource in the matchup with Potemkin. You really don't want to be put in a position where you're going to start playing a little bit more apprehensive due to a lack of health. Give it the challenge. You see Son getting a damage. Both bait on the deflect shield with the throw here. Blazobs putting it on the back foot. He's starting to generate that burst gauge back. Can't get too comfortable here as the life is slowly starting to trickle away. We do find a tap dust opening the reset, but the back throw incident is going to work out in the favor here for Blazobs. PRC from Son to escape the corner. Beautiful IV for counter punish there. Forward a lot of damage. Lay PRC, the respect, the patience. Sees ever so slight life advantage. Means, of course, that the onus is going to be on Blazobs to make the approach, commits the gold burst here, starting to get a little bit more meter back off that pulse meter bonus. Straight touch, not enough to confirm just yet. The punish, clean.
The jump scare. Just when you thought it was patched out, nah, gang. The damage output was patched. The tech itself is still really relevant and still pretty prevalent. And also, you got to remember, it still has the native 30% tension gain per buster. So you've got to be on your toes at all times with this character. You may have nerfed the potency, that doesn't stop the players from doing it. And for Son, he's got to be really tightly knit here because Blazobs has been absolutely tearing him apart from the seams the entire way through.
Pop buster. We get escape from. Tries to see Blazobs up for a momentum burst, but it's still Son in control and utilizing the opportunity to also slip away, swap places. Trapped here in the corner, just hammering down with these long range normals. The timing there, really get the pickup off of the explosion, commit to the super for the hard knockdown. The more you can deny play from Potemkin, the happier you will be. But even getting the deflect shield out, there's that first hit, the anti-air. Now, starting to walk him down, big counter hit. Son slightly incentivized to use the burst, considering the life advantage, right? You really don't want to use it in a position where you think you can win off the next 2 solid touches. 3 make it.
You got to be very careful and you got to be on your toes. You got to be mentally aware because Son really loves to prioritize that tap dust. I see many Ramlethal players who really lean over to this overhead game and really keeping it tight with that meter as well with the sword toss. But Son, one of the very prevalent players to really utilize it in tandem with the strike throw. But we're seeing a lot of stagger game here. Back dashing away to be able to use that explosion in tandem with whatever they got going on, as sword toss is going to be used. Now you're working without no swords. Deflection was popped to put distance, and this is not looking too good. We're using the burst here to go back into that neutral reset to push Blazobs into the corner.
Yeah, the pokes as well, coming from the far away road there. With patience on the pressure, but ultimately getting caught out by the later Rekka hit. Committing to the super here for the hard knockdown once to make sure that no opportunities found for Blazobs, and just like that, cross-up explosion coming from behind, not able to change the guard in time, and that is going to be the lead once again secured by Son. Now 1 game away from pushing Blazobs out of the bracket and going into that losers finals to face off against Soap Eater. But will Blazobs be able to recover? Will he find the necessary adaptations to compete against Son, who has actually been really stable at making sure that Blazobs finds no opportunities for play?
Well, we'll find out in due time because they've had to go the distance in a lot of this loser side bracket. So I imagine this is going to be one hell of a tussle to keep the mental intact. But for now, Sohn, the big thing that Sohn's got to do is just keep doing what's working at this moment in time, as Blazobs has not demonstrated a lot of recognition on dealing with a lot of the strike throw. They've been able to block out the overheads and be able to block out the sword toss mix-ups that they've had, but strike throw has honestly been the name of the game that's been really dominant into a force such as Blazobs.
Yeah, look at that. Playing from a distance, the tap dust, the explosion thereafter to also secure the hit. Sadly though, due to a lack of swords, not going to be enough damage to find the kill, but man, final pixel of health here is going to be, I would say, impossible, as the chip damage, trying to conserve that 50 tension to see if maybe an RC could be used to change the situation, but nevertheless, not panning out. Set point here for Son.
Trying to use that 6H to try and catch something big. And honestly, Blazobs at a state of the game where you have to go big or go home. But Sohn recognizes this, puts the pressure on, really kicks into another gear, quite literally and figuratively. 50 meter, the great equalizer. We're just coming up on 50 for Blazobs, but Blazobs is not going to be able to utilize it, not for the foreseeable future, as we are going to guarantee that wall break.
Nice and simple, right? Unfortunately, they have the meter for the hard knockdown, but that's all good in the current scheme of meter penalty for the wall breaks. Just like that, you can see just a comfortable bit of spacing being played out, a bit of rushing on Blazobs' end, and the clinical punish by Son. Secure the 3-1 finish. Going to move on into that losers final now to face off against Soap Eater. These two haven't quite met just yet. Maybe in a different time, right? Had Son won against Setchi prior, would have been able to face off against her in the winners finals, but now gets her chance down here, as both players are going to be vying for that final slot in grand finals, right? That loser spot for a chance to win the bracket here, and as well as a healthy sum on the prize pot, especially thanks to all the wonderful and hard work of chatters for claiming all those codes. Because just a reminder, a little congratulations, of course, we have successfully claimed all of them. Yeah,
it's always fun, man. Like, I mean, from the times we've been here, like, we've had a few run-ins with, you know, codes not being fully claimed or maybe not being claimed nearly to the degree that they have been here. And, you know, we've had off days, but today we're on a roll today, man. Yeah, the momentum of, you know, being able to get these codes claimed, in addition with the top 8 that we've had tonight, I got my contractual obligation and the benefits that I reap from it as well. I've got 2 double Luigis on standby, and on top of that, we get some Guilty Gear action, as we have probably the 3 strongest of tonight's tournament going head-to-head to see who gets to crown themselves as SaltyEU champion.
Well, objectively, they're the 3 strongest of this bracket.
I mean, for tonight, yes, but that can always change every night.
That's true. That's true. Nothing is set in stone. Week after week, we do see, of course, some people rise atop others, have a nice consistency streak. But, oh, hey, Team Spooky. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are just getting into our losers finals action here, as we're going to watch Soap Eater versus Son face off against one another for that coveted grand final spot. Face off against Setchi, rocking the Zato-1 here, as we're already kicking things off with some really stable and long-range play. I mean, both of these players will be swinging their big-ass swords at one another.
Well, we'll see which really comes out on top, because you got to remember, Soap Eater also has one of the most important kits to really play around a lot of the mix-up game that Ramlethal has to play around, and honestly, probably one of the more potent mix-up games in the entire game. But the build between these two is that Ramlethal has been notable in her ability to just build the meter and just keep looping you in these defensive situations like this, as now Son making quick work of that first round on the board. Soap Eater really getting blindsided by how quick this affair has been thus far.
Yeah, it seems to be a slight repeat of what we saw against in the Setchi set, right, where a character like Ramlethal, right, can really just consistently lock you down, especially with the disjointed pressure of her sword explosions, which seems to have been a challenge for Soap Eater to find an opportunity to break away. But of course, as long as we can keep interacting in neutral, and so long as Soap Eater is in control of the pressure game, we can see a completely different game being played out.
equal footing from both sides. The bursted con might be different, but it doesn't seem like much has changed in that regard. Hondo not going to be able to give that full confirm, not from that max range distance. Soapeater using that misfinder to just trying to gauge where Son is going to be approaching, trying to preemptively approach from the ground, but unfortunately is going to be finding herself in the corner yet again as we use that sword toss to cover up, using that far slash to keep that corner locked and loaded, using that S sword on standby and preserving some of that damage. A little bit of life left over for Soapeater as one good guess could do it as we beat the burst. I-Bing as well, preventing more of the frame data, making it less advantageous for Soapeater overall and giving Son the first game on the board. What a hell of a call out.
She's been a solid minute since I last saw somebody actively, intentionally go for the Air IB, right? Way back, I mean, it might have been a good year or so now ago, having seen Scarf to use that as a response to the ABBA overhead, right? Air IB it. Oh no, sorry, the Donzai. Air IB the Donzai to get the punish there. So one of the rare instances of the old Arxis IB system still being intact, right? Reduction of frame data, being able to recover faster and get punishes where you normally don't expect it.
You don't normally see this, but from the little I have seen of it, this is probably the second time I've actually seen it performed in bracket. The first being Jack in TNS, but now I get to see it in Salt and EMEA's equivalents to TNS. We have SaltyEU really holding things down, and honestly, what a hell of a performance from Son thus far. Has been an entertaining spectacle since he's really bursted onto the scene, but even more so, we're gonna see how well this does as we get that guaranteed counter hit off the reversal, that newly acquitted change, really giving Soapeater the possibility of a round to start things off strong.
Ooh, not quite just yet. Still though, here's a hard knockdown. Needs to find that final pixel. I don't know what the plan there from Hassan, but ultimately just gets hit by the jump in. See Soapeater not entirely deterred by what we might consider an outplay from Hassan. Challenging back with some of the longer range swords, trying to keep in the corner, cat scratches to maintain control, right? Even though not entirely in the corner just yet, still always be adjusting to keep an advantageous screen position going against his opponent.
Once again, the cat scratches to try and push forward, but Soapeater goes for the back throw and immediately answering back with that Mortal Bato, crossing over one side to the next. Trying to go for that strike throw, but Soapeater was so quick to the trigger, so quick to attack, but again, answering back so aggressively. This is the little interactions that really Son has been occupying so well. You have an answer for something, but he answers back without hesitation.
You see on the burst economy, right? Soapeater does have her burst available. Son not too far off from her own, but it's still gonna have to sit here and hold this damage, as we can see that Soapeater is gonna cash out with the super just to make sure that that red bar is a little bigger than what a regular wall break would afford, as well as the hard knockdown, right? So now Son is getting into a more uncomfortable position as the life is slowly disappearing, which means an opportunity to get a nice clean burst with the room to interact with the neutral thereafter is shrinking away. Getting another wall break, and we don't have too many hits left to utilize the burst as a reaction.
We are going to go for the top rope deal, and just to really give you an understanding, the Queen of Spades or Clovers, and then into the Joker himself, rears its ugly head. We even things out once more. Yucker, I am excited for this set. I mean, I'm already waiting for winners. I'm already waiting for grand finals, but I really love seeing the kind of drama that ensues, because Soapeater has the benefit of being able to scout these two in advance and see who they really prefer into the set, and even better, plan that game plan in advance. But we'll see.
Indeed. We got a nice counter hit to kick things off in Son's favor, bringing Soapeater in towards the corner. The swords for explosion, getting a little bit of a purple beat, and now separated from the blades. In a little bit of a weaker spot. One does fly back, using the RC, catches the startup of a button. Safe jumps ahoy, and the momentum keeps on turning. We find the burst here. Son does want to claim the lead here during that first round if possible.
Once again, just advancing forward. Nice use of the IB. Honestly, very great recognition as well from Soapeater. That could have easily been putting yourself in the corner, but using that PRC to save themselves to at least be back in mid-screen.
So just try to go on the chase there with the catch scratches, making sure to always have SaltyEU in a blocking position. Big catch. Unfortunately, not able to secure a further hit beyond that. Having to rely on that one final touch scramble. Just take the round lead here. SaltyEU off to start. Find a throw, big counter hit. Just like that. We're going to get ourselves a solid conversion while doing Senga to finish things off. Prioritizing the meter gain here over the hard knockdown. A beautiful shimmy with the VRC slowing down. So you can have a very uncomfortable look at the mistake, the final call that you made possibly before the rounds get equalized.
Closing out to the mid screen now. So Peter has 50 meter. Both players are working with a lot of resource when it comes to that burst. But we're closing the distance into that instant TK misfire. Just catching it every which way. It's a classic, and it may be an old tool, but it still does the business just like it did back in Season 3, Season 4.
The aggression from Sophie, who's dashing after the rock, does not care for the implications afterwards. She just presses on forward, finds a straight hit, and then an excellent confirm to the Joker trick just to keep up the momentum. We're going to sacrifice a bit of that meter gain for that hard knockdown here. For the shimmies, no response, but that's a big one. Nice and Senga buster into the card set. The BRC side swaps around. Send one final card into the instant overhead. TK misfire. SaltyEU takes the lead here, one game away from the rematch against Setchi in grand finals.
Oh, for certain, man. And I would imagine for SaltyEU, you want that salty run back because that matchup looked so unbearably miserable to really deal with, as just Setchi just made that look like an absolute stomp session. But SaltyEU wants that in blood and wants to take the crown and rob away the gold from Setchi. And I could feel it from the gameplay. You ever see when people play, you can physically feel the anger and the villainous nature behind their approach, because we're seeing that right now.
The murderous intent oozing out from SaltyEU, already off to a solid start. Claiming the burst from Son, but we see an excellent little conversion from the rock into the explosion. It's enough for SaltyEU to say, I've had enough. Finds a 6B end here, chasing down against Son. Stray hits, confirming. Gonna keep it nice and simple. 1-2 into the Joker trick for the hard knockdown. Sacrificing that meter gain, but for the hard knockdown, the cross up still. Look for the shimmies. Son got that patience, that eagle-eyed attention towards the game state to see how SaltyEU is trying to bait out options here. An interesting use of the PRC to slow down and want to pick up, but no! Quite scoop up there for the extension. Sword explosion though, covering up, making sure that SaltyEU stays trapped in his corner. Has to throw OTG. Gives him a bit of space off the FDs, but man, look at just how much pressure Son is able to retain off of the swords. The explosion catching into the wall bounce, not enough to kill just yet. Getting into that final spot there. Can we use the meter in any way? The BRC slow down will do it. Catch the misfire here, and Son one round away from tying up the set.
I think we gotta address the elephant in the room there. That wasn't just any average misfire. That wasn't the K misfire at all. That was the S misfire. We saw that coming out in full force. We wanted to catch for a knockdown, and that 6P still came out on top. Speaking of which, big counter hit off the 5H. We go for the cross up JK, a little bit of Dragon Ball Fighters in my guilty gear. No way.
Air throw attacks, counter hit trades. It's still Son with the life lead here though, so SaltyEU has to push forward as much as he can and does secure a few hits there. Immediately the challenge back as both of them are trading blow for blow with their long swords. PRC keeps it pushing, flashing away, trying to clear space. Again, yet another trade, but this Son on the race to the bottom, looking to get there first off these poor counter hit trades. R.I.P. as well, a little bit of a scary one, but find the stray hits, knocks it into the corner.
Oh my god! Nearly,
that
could have been disaster. That could have been a game 5 right then and there. But we have a deflection. We popped it out. We catch with the anti-air JK.
Oh.
But we dropped the 2H.
Oh no, that is surely a tilter, but it's gonna be on SaltyEU to not let that one affect her, right? Thankfully had the game lead there to at least have the safety net of a game 5, but you know, probably in a situation that felt like a given situation to her where you could be really frustrated that just didn't work out as planned. But hey, sometimes, you know, misfortune happens, and sometimes as a competitor, you just need that little bit of luck on your side, and so far it seems to be oozing out from Son's favor here. As we're going to go into game 5, no more do-overs. These are the final 2 to 3 rounds we're going to see between these two.
Oh, you saw that little bit of set play off the S explosion as well. Using that Ondo to drag into the explosion off that S toss. Now we have the H sword. The S sword just comes back right on time. Using that burst to keep the situational advantage, but we are managing able to escape and turn this script on its head right away.
You can see also the priority there from Soapbeater, always just get out of this corner. Whereas typically if you look for a more aggressive challenge on some of the more scrambly jump situations, could have gotten that punish on that whiff throw from Son. But nevertheless, right, Soapbeater in a comfortable spot, going to be wire seat away. Again, both players always going for a top rope, air dash over just to get out. Look at the chase down here. The setup for a beautiful combo into the TK misfire sequence in Senga. Not enough to get the kill just yet, but this is a pretty dire spot. Son managed to come back though, an excellent whiff punish. Does bode opportunities. Oh,
that
wow.
deal from the top rope, there's really little you can do about that other than just get out of the way. And for Soapbeater, being on set point is a good thing, but it's going to be someone who comes out on top using that aggressive Ardana trade, and now we get that corner once more.
Set up off the throw right just prior to the explosion. Fade away on that overhead. Look at the chase down. Make sure to stay on top of the pressure. Swaps around. Trying to push Soapbeater back from the corner. She tried to leave. Yet again, the air dash, but the cat scratches still in control. Big backdash catch there. Gonna get a nice counter hit with the attempt of a button right after. We're gonna go for the double overhead here as it's gonna go into final game, final round situation. Both players with burst available. It's as even as it gets between these two.
And the best part about that is technically you can apply that similarly to the way you can apply an OS, because you're just basically going for an empty jump and you're probably blocking at the same time using that cat scratcher. If it blocks, you block it and that's a string. If you whiff, you just get a safe jump. So there's a possibility that Stone is just capitalizing on two different things at once. We go for the overhead and we decide to cash in as we delay long enough to be able to get both swords on standby, and now we get the wall break. Last chance for Soapbeater here as we are in Guts territory.
Ooh, the 5B not connecting the card setup. Unfortunately, using this final a little too high to not get the pickup off the card explosion. And a big counter hit 6B red RC, just trying to make Soapbeater return to the corner that Son challenged for. A lot of damage off the table, and Soapbeater doesn't have a lot of room left to actually utilize the burst here. BRC trying to find some kind of shimmy, major punish, but in 2 hits, suddenly the life disappears, and it is going to be Son taking it 3-2 over Soapbeater. Going to challenge Setchi in that grand finals position.
Man, a lot of just dire straits for either player. Both players really wanted that run back, and Son was the one to take Setchi to the furthest depths of their run thus far here in top A. So if anything, Son earned that right to get that. But now here comes the question: how much of that energy have you exerted?
Definitely is always the question to be asked for people making their loser side runs, of course, because it's significantly more games you have to play compared to pretty relaxed nature, I would say, of the winners branch. Of course, the offset to less games is that these are going to be straight killers back to back to back, right? Loser side, you may find a little bit of variability, but of course, once you make it into that top 8 cut, they are also in fact killers waiting down on the loser side. So for those who do tend to run out of steam from very extensive and exhaustive play, prioritizing these winners side runs is going to be the key. So Setchi definitely coming into this with a more cooler mindset, having to be being able to take some nice luxurious breaks as Son fought tooth and nail to come back into this position. Now, once again, like you said, these two brought each other to the brink prior in the bracket, but Setchi, of course, started kicking things off nice and aggressive in the early burst from Son, but not enough to actually stop the pressure entirely from Setchi.
Now you gotta really start asking questions here, because Setchi has had ample time to not only get the set into both the players that were on standby, but also they already had that game 5. They already know the game plan. They know what's gonna happen here. The question is how much of that game plan is gonna be consistent as we go into this set, because Setchi now going from a little bit more of a passive approach and just kind of taking a little liberal attempts at trying to get Son to back off. We're seeing Setchi now taking the offensive straight to Son at the get-go. Having that winner side advantage definitely does help here, but honestly, I have never seen more aggressive play from Setchi thus far, even in the time when they were playing in the pool side.
If it pans out, going to be Son now on the attack. Fade away. Really tipping, but trouble escaping the corner as Setchi just meets Son right in the path of escape. Has, of course, Eddie to back him up and be able to get these conversions that normally other characters really can't acquire. 5P counter hit, though. This is set up beautifully here for that anti-air combo. Trapped in the corner now. The throw break. Trying to use that 6P, but coming a little early there, so the whiff punish actually going in favor of Son. 2K staggers. Beautiful catch with the Rekka string there, and going to cash out the meter for some, actually not that great amount of damage, but there are knockdowns what matters.
And on top of that, the important thing here is that you forced your opponent to really spend the meter. As we go for the catch, using that Agrissa or Donna off of the cat scratchers, it looks like it shouldn't have confirmed, but it still does. That's the kind of nature that Ram Mastery really does for you, as we use that burst to prevent the possibility of getting that full extension. Using Break the Law and teleporting to the opposite side, but unfortunately, this wasn't the situation that Setchi wanted at all.
Yeah. Went to get the burst as well to be safe, vaulting overhead, creating a left-right situation off the explosion. And Setchi is having quite a hard time finding the footing. Even actually, oh no, hold on, a little bit of luck, but yeah, that VRC spell doom saw the YRC wind up, and Son with that first game. And it's gonna be quite a road ahead for Son, as a matter of fact, because not only does he have to win this set here, has to win the set thereafter, right? 6 cumulative games to be able to take this week's Salty, compared to only Setchi's 3, right? Has to just win 1 regular old set, having that winner's side as a safety net should things go a little sketchy and we are maybe going to visit the reset. We'll see.
Well, I'm hoping, man. If there's anything I'm hoping for, man, I need it from you, dude. Son, I know you can hear me. I know you have the stream open. I need that reset. My contractual obligation says I need a reset.
It's not 11 p.m. where you are, so I know Setchi might be kind of actually it's probably a bit earlier there for Setchi, about like 10 p.m. So he's doing okay. Son is definitely trying to make this as fast as possible. Our bedtime is calling. We've got 6 games ahead of us. Let's not slow down at all.
Well, let's keep it rolling as the dice are still rolling on the table. We're still gambling with our hearts out, but as far as everything is concerned, Setchi had an amazingly strong performance in that first game, but just seemingly couldn't close out as Son just really picked up the pace. So now I feel like Son is going to start seeing a little bit more from Setchi in terms of tightening up, because, man, Setchi was just throwing themselves right at Son, which actually lended itself fairly well to what Son wanted, because now it impacts the strike throw a lot better. It gives more opportunities to be able to close the distance, and it means that Setchi has to come to Son as opposed to the other way around.
Yet again, an unfortunate 6P 2 times now. We've seen that, or actually 3 times in the entire set. Quite the troubling lack of consistency on that normal to be able to either anti-air or just counter poke from afar. Setchi now trapped in the corner. The explosion covering for the throw whiff. The meter may no longer be used, but of course the character kit is always there to have your back. Round a piece to both now as Saw to just tear through, get to that reset as fast as possible. Big counter hits to kick things off with a nice grip of damage, trapping Setchi in the corner yet again. Not making it easy to deploy the Eddie. He's going to have to commit to the burst here, and yet again the Rock just tearing away the Shadow Demon.
Tap dust after so many buttons whiffing, man. You would think, oh, I'm in the safe spot. No, you're never safe. Not when Setchi's on the prowl. We still have both swords on standby. Eddie is just barely coming up, and we get the knockdown necessary to be able to set up. But using that deflect shield to force Eddie and even Zato further back out. We're going to use that BRC going off the high-low, and we're trying to delay just for Eddie to come back on time. But now we get an opportunity to be able to escape. We try to gamble with the throw, but now we're back to the corner.
That does find his mark. Is it going to be enough off the Amogus here? Yes, Setchi does secure the tie in the set here, 1 apiece. And of course, that is as always threatening for Son as Setchi inches closer to that win. You gotta be careful, especially if you're gonna go the distance in game 5, because it is still, as always, the moment for Setchi to secure their tournament, whereas you still have a road ahead, needing to first make it to that reset. So see how it goes between these two. So far, so good. A lot of solid momentum where either player can really just steal the win over another and deny opportunities for play. Time will answer.
And I think it would be really nice as well for Setchi, because if I'm not mistaken, this would be the first time in a good while that a Zato does win Salty. And even more so, Setchi would be probably the first Zato in 2.0 to win a Salty EU.
I mean, not the craziest considering getting patched out for like 2 weeks, but you know, big prize.
Hey, I mean, being the first to do it is still better than being the last to do it.
That's fair. Type it in chat first.
Starting things off with that blue RC.
Tap dust, red RC, keep the pressure going. Look at the flow kicks. Hoping to maybe catch Son. Just, let's slip ever so slightly and attempt the throw bait, but the YRC just out of range, and you can see Eddie just clap away as the drills are going to move that last bit of health.
We're using that Pierce to be able to put some distance his way, teleport all the way to the wall, and we even build up some of that Eddie gauge back as well for our troubles. Keeping it tight, double dipping, and just when you thought that grab wasn't coming, nah, gang, it's time to start from the beginning. Loop that situation one more time.
We love roguelikes.
Ah, the return of the damned Fang, the damned move that is.
Back and forth, utilizing that health advantage to just play a keep away game, force Son on the approach, and you can see how effective it works, especially with that last touch of health, right? The gold burst attempt not finding an opportunity, and that's going to be Setchi taking the lead in the set. 2-1, a dangerous position for Son now. Really has to make a count, get these wins under the belt, and find that reset, or it is going to be Setchi's victory this week.
And you would imagine Zato bros are cheering on our old Welsh boy Setchi, because it is one more step to glory. We have 1 foot through the door. It's just about taking another step forward as the immediate burst does come out from Setchi. Gonna catch with that anti-air 2H to catch that IND JH from Son. Now we got to deal with a lot of hellacious onslaughts as we go for the double empty jump into the damned Fang.
Backdash or something, the late overhead that is going to be the burst response there from Son. Unfortunately, getting a little bit whiff punish there from the top rope. The drills catching, and yeah, the momentum looking rather dire here as Setchi does commit the Amogus. It's not going to be enough to kill just yet, but we have the hard knockdown with the Eddie on the table. So that's redeployment plus pressure riding into the corner, and of course the blinding mix-up. Very, very difficult to deal with here as Setchi is now on tournament point.
Final stand for our Ramlethal bros, and the quick run-up throw is going to give us that empty jump, maybe trying to catch a backdash. I'm not entirely sure what the plan there was, but Setchi got caught slipping. Tried to send out Eddie right at the startup of the neutral wall break, and now we're really close to be able to equalize here as we get a round back. Setchi's still a far cry away from burst, and so is Son. We got one chance for survival here in Winterside.
Scratchy looking pretty good. The 6B finally hitting its mark there, functioning as the anti-air intended. The leapfrog into the tap dust. Setchi trying to play as fast as possible, get the damage layered as soon as possible before the burst becomes effective. It's the hard knockdown here off the Sun Void. Going to be hampering a bit of that meter game from the positive meter bonus. The late overhead, cutting the combos rather short, especially with the Eddie going off the table. The 6P doesn't backdash actually to this rock, not even able to catch there. Eddie back on the table. The burst baited, and is it going to be enough without the Eddie? It is going to do just the right amount of damage. Setchi is going to be this week's SaltyEU Guilty Gear Xrd Rev number 167 champion, and the first one to do it with Zato in 2.0.
Honestly, you gotta definitely hold your head up high if you're Son, because you went through one hell of a run tonight, getting pretty far in tonight's tournament, especially with some returning favorites here in the side of EMEA's own. But Setchi really came out, did it all from Winterside, and didn't exactly have the path of doom and despair. Didn't have the path that really had anyone to be able to take control of the situation. People were very capable of really bringing the fight to them, and Son was capable the last time they were in Winterside, but unfortunately Setchi had the download, had the experience in advance, and honestly really made it good on the new changes, on the new patch. Really put on a absolute killer performance in tonight's event. So kudos to the champion, but let's not forget to recognize the top 8 set tonight, as we have our graphic on the screen. Tiger Pop and Scarf getting 7th, Neøs and Amanita getting 5th. You have Blazobs, who had a really stellar performance on the Potemkin, at 4th. The bronze medal going to be going to the return of the young natural born gambler SaltyEU. silver going to be attributed to the runner-up of tonight's event, AT-Zone Sown. But obviously, congratulations to the latest champion of SaltyEU. Zato Bros reign supreme for about a week until we see how things fare for the next week.
Back to being enemy number one. 10,000 more years of Zato-1 top 1 discourse. But, you know, let Setchi bask in the highs, especially such a stacked bracket, right? A lot of excitement returning players coming back to the game after a long hiatus, especially the top players as well. Just the union of many generations of Strive excited for the big 2.0, and Setchi standing on top as king is definitely a very proud achievement for him to have acquired.
I would be too, man. Like, a lot of people for a very long time have really written this character off, and yet for some unexplained reason, we still managed to find a way to make the most out of a difficult situation. So kudos to Setchi. That was an absolute dominant performance, but not without its troubles. Sown really brought some fight to him, and Setchi, if we look at the bracket from the entire run forward, I'm gonna just bring it back a little bit. So let's go and check out what Setchi was up to, right? They had quite a number of players who really wanted their number, like Jason Thomas. You also had Shinky with the Zato mirror. You had all kinds of people really wanting to get Shinky off the map after return, but we had a dominant run up until we get to this top 8. The closer we got, the stiffer the competition, and still they were treading easy waters. It was nothing but a breeze.
Well, with that, I think Mr. T.O., if you have anything
I'm
to
stepping
add.
in. I'm stepping in, yeah. I mean, for you guys, you know, if you have anything to shill for me, it's tomorrow Xrd, and then next week, hopefully it's gonna be Ace again, because again, I stepped in last minute today, because Ace had a, a little trip to the ER last second, so I stepped in and hosted, but it should be him next week. And other than that, you know, for me, it's Xrd Fatal Fury, and I already prepped the raid for R.E.V.O. So you guys have a minute to shill whatever you have, you know, 30 seconds each, as they, you know, like a debate. 30 seconds each,
Right.
shill it up before I
Shill
send
it
you
up.
guys off to R.E.V.O. So, you know, here's your space.
Okay, as always, well, not as always, speedy recovery to Ace, of course. Unfortunate trip up there, but next week, Zero Fundamentals in the Netherlands. We're running a little bit of Strive action, so a little late on. Well, we try to be a little bit funny with how we're announcing it, like, oh yeah, Strive coming out for our bracket. So definitely take a gander, maybe even tap in if you're all near the central Netherlands area. Some of you over the border folks are interested. We got some of that offline action rolling for you in. Other than that, we have Hessen Crash in a few months, so definitely do not miss out on one of the big opportunities to get some offline Strive action now, especially with the big 2.0 here in Europe's very own. And on a personal shill note, I will be at Combo Breaker as well, so for any of the Americans over there, say hi. I will be hiding out at the Blazebrew corner.
All right, well, to make it quick, because we are running low on time, I'd like to say thank you all for joining us for another round of SaltyEU. But the only thing I got to plug is tomorrow we have Howling Hostility for this week. We aren't going to be running anything in the North American District, but April 30th, mark your calendars. We are running a charity event for a fundraiser to be able to build up funds to help a friend in need to be able to get spinal surgery, very critical spinal surgery, to help them on a very lighter path. Mark the calendars. That is going to be Misfit Brawl for North America. I'll see you guys there. Take care of yourself. See ya.